This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Born into Sin, Book 1 of Devils Will Rise, Melnikov Legacy, written by Sonia Gray, performed by Guy Kennicott and Wen Ross.
Chapter 1. Dominic. I watch my father take his last breath as I let out the one I've been holding. His hand, once so strong, grows limp in mine while I try like hell to feel something. But there's nothing there. I feel empty and vacant, the same damn way I've felt for years. A big piece of my heart died when my sister was murdered, and I haven't been able to get it back. When we found the sex trafficking bastard who took her, my father and I took turns torturing him. And it had given us both some much-needed peace, but it could never be enough to take away the pain of losing her. We both knew that going into it, but it hadn't stopped us from trying. That was 18 years ago, and I still carry around the pain of losing her. It might have dulled over the years, but it's still there, and I've resigned myself to the fact that it will never go away. The truth is, I'm not so sure I want it to. It's the last piece of her I have, and I'm not willing to part with it. Squeezing my father's hand one last time, I stand and then let it go. He'd held out longer than I thought he would. Isabella's death nearly killed him, especially after losing our mother only a few years earlier. But his anger and need for revenge had kept him going. After he'd gotten it, he'd held on to the anger until he couldn't keep it bottled up any longer. The doctor said the stroke was a long time coming. I have to agree with him on that. I never thought he would make it to 80, but he'd surprised all of us. When I leave the bedroom, my Uncle Salvatore is ready and waiting. One large, beefy hand squeezes my shoulder as much as the arthritis will let him while he pats my cheek with the other. "You were born to lead this family, Dominic, and you've been doing a hell of a job of it ever since Isabella's death. But now, it's official." I nod and scrub a hand over the light beard that's in need of a trim. I've been unofficially running this family for almost 2 decades. For me, this is just another fucking day of work. The only thing that's changed is my title. I'm no longer the underboss. My dad's death means I'll be addressed as Don of this family, and that's about all that's changing. Nodding to my uncle, I walk past him to the hall where 2 of my cousins are waiting. Dario and Alessandro Alessi lean against the wall, eyeing me cautiously. Whatever they see has Sandro pushing off to give me a respectful nod while saying, "Sorry for your loss, boss. Uncle Antonio was a good man." "One of the best," Dario agrees, smacking my shoulder in a show of comfort because he sure as fuck knows better than to try and hug me. "I need a drink," I tell them, walking past to my office, knowing they'll follow me. I've been in Italy for the last year, and as much as I love my country, it no longer feels like home. I'm anxious to get back to America. I've worked hard to make the Alessi Mafia something to be feared, and with the help of an alliance that I never saw coming, I've secured more power and wealth than our family has ever seen. The Melnikov Bratva and the Alessi Mafia have control of one of the biggest cities in America, and we intend to keep it that way. My Mafia runs the eastern and northern areas now, and the Melnikov Bratva runs the western and southern areas. For the most part, our men stay on our own sides, but there's always a little bit of overlap. I allow his men to transport shipments through our territory, and they extend the same courtesy to me. So far, we've managed to not kill each other. We've actually grown quite close over the years, and I tend to think of them more like family. The wilder members who show up to family gatherings covered in tattoos with chips on all their damn shoulders, but family nonetheless. Pouring myself a whiskey, I motion for the others to grab a glass and then sit down. Dario and Sandro have just taken the 2 chairs in front of my desk with their own drinks in hand when their dad walks in. I wave a hand at my uncle, making it clear he should just help himself. And once he's taken the leather seat beside his oldest, he raises his glass in a toast. To my brother Antonio, may he finally find the peace that was denied him in life. We raise our glasses and drink to my father and the peace that he may or may not have found. I'm on the fence about religion, but I hope my uncle is right. I hope he's reunited with my mom and Isabella and is at peace. So, my uncle begins. What are your plans, Dominic? I sigh and look out the large window that faces the Ionian Sea. I've lived in this house since I was born, and there's no denying the beauty of the southeastern coast of Italy. But I know where I belong now, and it's not here. Looking back at my uncle, I say, I'm going back to America. I've been gone too long as it is. He looks like he wants to argue, and when he manages to bite his tongue and keep quiet, I let out a soft laugh. That looks painful, Uncle Salvatore. Just spit it out. We've always had honesty between us. He looks relieved to not have to hold his words back and lets out a sigh at what had clearly been a battle of wills before saying, Your family is here and your home is here. You should find yourself a nice Italian girl and get married, start a family. You need heirs, Dominic. I groan, because I've heard this a million fucking times from him. While Sandro lets out a soft laugh because he knows how much I hate the "you need to get married to a nice Italian girl" talk. My place is in America now. You know this, and I have no desire to marry. The very thought of marriage makes me feel like I'm suffocating, the air slowly being cut off as I'm trapped in a situation I have no desire to be in. I've never met a woman I can tolerate for long. A few dates, a few fucks, and then I'm done. I've never wanted anything more, and I've always been very upfront about that. They want the Alessi name, the money, the designer clothes I can buy them, and the bragging rights of being on my arm. They don't give a fuck about me. But that's only fair since I don't give a fuck about them either. My uncle Salvatore refuses to accept my decision to remain single. He'd married my Aunt Maria when he was young, and he swears it's the best thing that's ever happened to him. I know my uncle. I know all about his various affairs over the years, but he's always said that coming home to Maria is what's kept him sane. He never wanted to be the boss. He's always been more than happy to be the muscle behind the scenes. But his days of killing are over. About 80 pounds of extra weight and arthritic hands have seen to that. Probably for those same reasons, his days of whoring around are also over. It's not good to be alone, he tries again. When I meet his dark eyes, he adds, Isabella would have wanted you to be happy. I narrow my eyes at the mention of my sister, letting him know he's on dangerous ground. He backtracks and holds up one of his broad hands. In his prime, those hands were feared, but now he can't even straighten his fingers out. They remain in a constant bent position that I know he despises. No one enjoys becoming weak, but it's even worse when that weakness is so obvious to others, especially in our line of work. I'm going back to America, I tell him, my tone making it clear that it's not up for discussion. As soon as my father is buried, I'm leaving, and I'm taking Dario and Sandro with me. His gray, bushy eyebrows raise at that. I look over at my cousins, not at all surprised to see Sandro grinning while Dario gives me a wary look. I hadn't discussed this with them, but I need them with me. I've divided my time between these two countries long enough. I'm tired of all the travel and stress. My future is in America, and that's where I need to be. My top men are coming with me. What? Why are you taking them from their home? They're mine to do with as I please, Uncle Salvatore. You know that. My cousins swore an oath to this family, the same as we all did, and that means they're mine. They will bleed for me. They will die for me. They will do whatever the fuck needs to be done for this family. And that means both their asses will be coming with me to the States. What about Italy? I look back at my uncle, feeling my patience start to dwindle as I take another drink. What about it? The other families haven't tried to encroach on our territory in a very long time. We have an agreement with all of them, and I see no reason for that to change. I won't be as active here, they know that, but they also won't be interfering with their shit, and that's all they really care about. If things change in the future, I'll deal with it, but right now, there's more money to be had in America. I have a good thing going there, Uncle, and I'm not about to lose everything I've worked so damn hard for. You mean with the fucking Russians? He looks like he wants to spit over his shoulder after he says it, but instead he tips his glass and finishes his drink. They've been loyal friends to me, and without them we wouldn't have found Isabella's killer. I remind him. Papa, Sandra starts to say, but Salvatore waves a hand at him, and even though my cousins are both in their 30s now, they respect their father too much to speak over him. After a few seconds, Salvatore sighs and says, will you at least let your Aunt Maria introduce you to one of the nice girls from the village? She's been pestering me for weeks about this girl she knows from Mass. When he sees that I'm about to protest, he quickly says, I swear I'll shut the hell up about marriage and you taking my 2 sons, my only sons, he emphasizes, away to America. I sigh and scrub a hand over my jaw. If you don't agree to this, I'll never hear the end of it. I'm begging you. Have pity on an old man and just agree to meet with her. She's 25, he says, like that's supposed to make it better. Too young, I say. I'm 43, Uncle. He gives a soft laugh and looks at his sons. Too young? Dario joins in and shakes his head. It's not like she's 18, Dominic. Knowing there isn't a chance in hell this is going to lead anywhere, I finally nod my head. Fine. I'll meet with her, but I'm holding you to your word. No more talk of marriage and no more lectures about America. My uncle smiles. You saved me from a lot of grief. Maria will be so happy when I tell her. Can I at least get my father buried before this god-awful setup? Salvatore puts his curled, stiff hand against his heart. My brother's death breaks my heart, Dominic, but I've had a long time to prepare for this. We all knew it was coming. He's not wrong. My father lived a long life, even if it was filled with sadness and violence. His death wasn't a shock to anyone. If anything, we're all relieved it's over. Antonio Alessi was more than ready to leave this world. I think he'd been wishing for it for years. I down the last of my drink, more than ready to get this over with and get back to America. 2 weeks later, my ass is being led through the house by my very bossy and insistent aunt. Aunt Maria, don't get your hopes up, I tell her for the 10th time in the last 20 minutes. I can see the wedding plans taking place behind her warm brown eyes, and that shit needs to stop. I gently reach out and squeeze her bony shoulders. She's as petite as Salvatore is large, but there's a strength to my aunt that goes beyond her small frame. Nothing is going to come of this, I tell her, trying to not sound like an ass. She smiles up at me and gives my cheek a soft pat. She could make you very happy, Dominic. She's a sweet girl. Never married. Helps look after her parents. Beautiful. She smiles even bigger. Good birthing hips. Jesus. I groan and then raise my hands in apology for the blasphemy. She points a finger at me, You need a woman to look after you." Without giving me a chance to respond, she spins on her heels and marches to the front sitting room. When we walk in, there's a young woman already sitting in one of the chairs that never gets any use aside from short visits like this one is most definitely going to be. The woman is blonde, tall and curvy, and looks scared to death when she sees me. Jumping up, she meets my eyes for all of 1 second before dropping them and fidgeting with the dress she's wearing. She's chosen black, a proper morning dress that is both respectful and modest and absolutely boring as hell. She's pretty, there's no denying that, but I feel nothing when I look at her. Well, that's not true. I feel irritated and bored and wishing I was already on my flight home. "Dominic, I want you to meet Beatrice." Aunt Maria beams up at me and then looks at the woman. "Beatrice, this is my nephew Dominic, the one I've been telling you about." I force a smile and hold out my hand. "Nice to meet you, Beatrice." She holds her hand out and I can see the slight tremor in it. Good God, she'd probably have a heart attack if I went in for a kiss. Not that I have any intention of doing that. "Nice to meet you." Her voice is whisper soft, and her hand in mine is limp and clammy. I let it go and have the sudden urge to shake her shoulders in annoyance. There's something about her timidity that irritates the hell out of me. I know it's fear because of who I am, but I don't have a reputation for abusing women, and there's no reason for her to be acting like this. I look at my aunt and raise a brow at her. I feel like my work here is done, but her expression makes it clear this little meeting is far from over. Biting back the heavy sigh I want to give, I motion to the couch and say, "Please sit down, Beatrice. Would you like something to drink?" She looks at where she'd just been sitting and quickly sits back down again. A glass of water would be great. Thank you." Water isn't going to cut it for me. So when my aunt looks over, waiting to see what I'll take, I say, "A whiskey." Before she walks away, I add, "A double." I see the slight shake of her head, but she doesn't say anything before walking out to get our drinks. We have staff who could easily bring us whatever we want, but I know this is my aunt's way of giving us some alone time so we can presumably fall in love. Fat fucking chance of that happening. Resigning myself to a few minutes of hell, I sit down and put my focus on the scared woman in front of me. "So, where do you work?" I finally ask to break the awkward silence. "I work at my family's bakery." Her eyes briefly meet mine. "I brought some pastries with me. Your aunt took them into the kitchen." "Thank you," I tell her. "I'm sure they're delicious." I pause, running my eyes over her, noticing how uncomfortable she is. "Tell me something, Beatrice. How did my aunt convince you to come here?" Her eyes jump to mine, worry written all over her face. "Relax," I tell her as gently as I can manage. "I'm not mad. It's just that you don't look thrilled to be here." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Alessi," she whispers. I raise a hand to try and calm her down. "Call me Dominic, and again, I'm not mad. I just want you to tell me the truth. My aunt can be..." I stop and give a soft laugh, trying like hell to think of a nice word I can use before settling on pushy. I shrug my shoulders and settle back into the couch, resting one elbow on the armrest. "She means well, but she's determined to see me married, but the truth is, I want nothing to do with it." I'm surprised when she meets my eyes and lets out a relieved breath. "Oh, you don't?" "No. I'm going back to America tomorrow. I'm sure you're a very nice woman, but I'm not interested. And I'm guessing I'm not the only one." The corner of her mouth lifts up in a soft smile. "I was too scared to tell your aunt no.
She's been talking about you to me for weeks, but the truth is I'm in love with someone else. He's a baker at our store, and we haven't said anything to our families yet, and well, you're you, so I knew I couldn't just say I wasn't interested."
When Beatrice speaks about the man she loves, she finally shows me a bit of backbone, and I can't help but admire it. "The man you love, what's his name?"
"Emilio."
She's unable to hide the smile when she says his name. "Has he proposed?" Her cheeks blush at the question.
"Not officially, because he wants to talk to my father first, but I know he loves me and wants to marry me. He was also waiting to talk to you when it was appropriate to get your family's blessing. We were so sorry to hear about your father's passing. It seems wrong to talk of marriage when you are still mourning."
Before I can say anything, my aunt comes walking back into the room, drinks in hand, and a big smile on her face. I take my whiskey and raise it up in a toast. "To Beatrice and Emilio, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness." Beatrice smiles and drinks her water while my aunt looks between us with a frown on her face.
"Well, this didn't go quite like I'd planned," she mutters.
I laugh, feeling much better about our forced meeting now that I know my ass is off the hook. Emilio is getting married, not me. I look up at my aunt. "Please send an appropriate gift to Beatrice's family and offer them my sincerest congratulations." We all know what that means. Nothing happens in this part of Italy without my family's consent, and I've just officially given it. My aunt surprises me by grabbing the drink from my hand and tossing back the last of the whiskey. I laugh while she rolls her eyes at me.
"This isn't how I imagined this visit going."
"I tried to tell you, Aunt Maria, but you never listen."
"I listen when something is worth listening to,"
she argues, but because she really is a sweet woman, she turns to Beatrice and smiles.
"At least someone is getting married."
Beatrice returns her smile, looking a hell of a lot more relaxed than when she first walked in. And with the weight now off my shoulders, I feel more at ease too. This may not have gone how my aunt wanted, but this meeting was never going to end with me being in any way involved with the woman sitting across from me. The fact that she's in love with someone else just makes it all the easier for me to walk away. After a few more minutes of my aunt gathering enough details so that I know the whole town will know everything before poor Emilio gets a chance to ask Beatrice's father for permission, I finish the drink my aunt was kind enough to refill and stand. "I'm sorry, but I need to prepare for my return flight," I tell them. Beatrice smiles and shakes my hand again.
"Thank you, Mr. Alessi."
I don't bother correcting her again. Most people don't feel comfortable calling me by my first name. Not around here, anyway. There's too much behind the Alessi name, too much tradition and fear mixed with it, and it's been instilled in them since birth. It's not an easy thing to just ignore. Saying goodbye to both women, I walk back to my office, more than ready to get my ass back to America. Once I'm sitting behind my desk, a text comes in, and I'm not at all surprised to see Vitaly Melnikov's name pop up on my screen. "Dominic, you ever coming back? Should we just take your part of the city and add it to ours?" I let out a soft laugh at the Russian fucker's audacity and remind him that my dad just died and I've been tying up loose ends. "Sorry, I have to remember that normal people like their parents. Ours sucked. It's a miracle I turned out as perfect as I am with the two assholes who made me. Antonio was a good man. I guess this means you're officially the Don. I'll have to rewatch The Godfather so I know how to behave. I'm not kissing your goddamn ring, so don't ask me to." I laugh even harder and type out my response. "I think you might be thinking of the Pope. Also, I don't wear any rings, so you're safe." "Thank fuck. Get your Italian ass back to America. It's been years since you've seen the kids. The twins are 18 now. Can you fucking believe it? We're all getting together this weekend at the house in the country. I'm going to tell everyone you'll be there." I groan at the idea of a huge family gathering. I haven't agreed to come yet. His response is immediate. See you at 7 on Saturday. Bring some of those cannoli I like. The real shit. Don't stop at the grocery store on your way. I'll know if it wasn't made in Italy. Don't be that guy, Dominic. He adds the smiling emoji, because of course he fucking does. Beatrice's family's bakery is on the way to the airport, so I guess I'll be stopping in there for some authentic cannoli. Because God forbid I be that guy and try to feed Vitaly subpar dessert. Looks like I'll be attending a huge Melnikov family event after all.
Chapter 2. Natalya. Mom and Dad are going to have a fit, Mia. I look at my little sister, eyeing the new piercing she's given herself. It's just a second piercing on her earlobes. It could have definitely been a hell of a lot worse, but they're still going to lose their shit when they see it. I wanted them, she says, reaching up to touch the little skull earrings. And I knew they'd never agreed to it, so I just did it myself. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like I did my lip like I wanted. Don't you dare, I quickly say, eyeing my 14-year-old sister. You can't just go around piercing yourself, Mia. You could hurt yourself. Oh, God. What did Mia do now? We both turn at the sound of our brother's voice. Sasha is 16, age-wise right in the middle of us, but he's already more than a head taller than me. He grabs a Coke from the fridge, and I can't help but notice his bruised knuckles. He's always getting into fights at school. He's very careful to not get caught, but trouble always seems to find him. Or maybe it's just that he's always finding trouble. My brother is nothing but nice to his family, but I've seen the look in his eyes when he's in the middle of a fight, and it worries me. Sensing my concern, he gives me a smile, letting me know he's okay. And then he looks Mia over, trying to figure out what's different about her. When he spots the earrings, he lets out a soft laugh. It could have been worse, he says, mirroring my own thoughts. Cool skulls, little sis. She smiles up at him and grabs a bag of chips. When our parents walk in, Mia untucks her auburn hair from behind her ears, letting it fall down and cover her disobedience. My dad gives us a big smile, and seeing him solves the mystery of Mia's obsession with piercings. He has a lip and eyebrow piercing, making him stand out at every school function we've ever had. Well, that and his tattoos. The Melnikov family doesn't blend. Our family is huge and tattooed, and that's not even mentioning all the illegal shit. My dad and uncles run the Melnikov Bratva, the most feared and dangerous crime organization in the city. It's something that my cousins and I all know about, but we also know that it's never to be discussed outside of the family. Loyalty is everything, and I never go against the people I love. My mom gives me a quick hug on her way by while my dad kisses my head. Hey, princess, how's it feel to be a high school grad? I laugh and sit at the bar stool. The same as I felt last week, I tell him. Except now I don't have to wake up and suffer through math class. He laughs and kisses my head again before leaning down to hug Mia. Sasha and I tried to distract him by asking about supper, but our questions die in the air when he pulls back a strand of Mia's hair and sees the skull earrings that are impossible to miss. What the hell? He growls in Russian, making our mom immediately look over. Mia, another piercing. Our mom steps closer, eyeing the earrings and then meeting my dad's eyes before sighing and looking back at their youngest child. I thought we agreed that you just get your ears pierced for now. It is just my ears, Mia quickly says, and I swear my dad's fighting a grin. One ear piercing, our mom says. Did we agree on just one? Mia looks between them. I don't remember that. Her dad examines her ears to make sure they don't look infected. Where was Grigori? How did you get past him? Mia shrugs. I did it myself. Our mom lets out a heavy sigh and points a finger at our dad. Those are your genes at work here. He laughs and wraps an arm around her before kissing her cheek. Our dad looks between me and Mia and Sasha, a big smile on his face, making his lip ring stand out even more as he says, "Your mom's clearly confused. Any disobedience is obviously coming from her. I've always been a rule follower." We all laugh because rule follower is the last thing that comes to mind when I look at my dad. It could have been a lot worse, Sasha reminds him. Our dad groans. "Oh, don't say that. I don't want to think about what that could mean." He points a finger at Mia with his other arm still securely wrapped around our mom. "No more piercings, Mia. I'm serious. No piercings or tattoos or whatever the hell you want to do that will give me gray hairs until you're at least 18. She smiles up at him. "How old were you when you started getting piercings?" "Not relevant, little witch," he quickly says, using the nickname she'd given herself years ago. Dad's always called me his little princess. And when he tried to call Mia the same thing, she'd stomped her foot and insisted she was a little witch instead. I can always hear the love in his voice when he uses it. Mia laughs. "Uncle Vitaly said you were 15 when you got your lip pierced." Our dad groans. "You should never trust anything your Uncle Vitaly says." "So it's not true?" Mia asks, letting out another laugh because she knows she's got him. "Malenkaya," he says, using the nickname he always calls our mom. "Our little wild child is asking too many questions again. What should we do with her?" He tilts his head like he's considering a million different punishments while our mom says, "Maybe we should make her do everyone's laundry for 2 weeks?" Mia cringes while her dad laughs. "Or maybe we'll only allow her to wear pink for a week." "You wouldn't," Mia whispers. But she knows he's only joking. As usual, she's in jeans and a black t-shirt. Mia doesn't do pastels. "I'll take the laundry." Our mom laughs while our dad holds out his hand to Mia so they can shake on it. "Laundry for 2 weeks. "Agreed," she says. And we all know it'll be done. We may joke around and Mia might like to bend the rules and Sasha may like to fight. But if we give our word on something, it's a done deal. While our dad gets a drink from the fridge, our mom cups Mia's face and kisses her forehead. "Please don't pierce yourself again. I don't want you getting an infection and having your ears fall off." Mia smiles and lets out a dramatic sigh. "Fine, I won't pierce my earlobes again on my own." We all know Mia is very precise in her promises. All she's agreed to do is not add another hole in her earlobes. The rest of her body is fair game. "Anywhere, Mia," our mom says. "I can't stand the thought of you shoving a needle through your lip or eyebrow. I realize piercings are in your blood," my mom says, giving our dad a pointed look. He smiles and winks at her. "But please wait a few more years. We promise that if you still want them when you turn 18, we'll drive you to have them done ourselves." Mia considers it. "How about I won't pierce myself again at all, anywhere, if you agree that you'll take me when I'm 17 to get a nose ring?" When our parents look to one another and hesitate, Mia adds, "Come on, it's just a nose ring, and I'll agree to wait until I'm 17. I can tell our dad doesn't care. But he waits until our mom says, "Okay, I can agree to that," before he smiles and says, "Sounds good to me." Satisfied, Mia goes back to eating her chips while I grab a yogurt from the fridge. Sasha finishes his Coke, but before he can throw it away, our dad grabs his hand. "Another fight." Our dad's eyes run over Sasha, looking for any signs that he might have gotten hurt. Sasha can't hide his smile when he says, "He's a couple years older than me and couldn't even get a punch in." Before he can decide if he's mad or not, our dad asks, "Why'd you do it?" Sasha shrugs. "The guy was a jerk. Nicky was focused on his phone, not paying any attention, and the guy tripped him. Nicky wanted to fight him, but I held him back. He's a good fighter, but this guy's a senior and outweighed Nicky by a good 50 pounds. I knew I could take him, so I did." Most dads would lecture about how fighting is wrong and how you should never do it unless it's an absolute last resort, but most dads aren't Bratva bosses either. Our dad squeezes Sasha's shoulder and gives a soft laugh. Family's everything. And there's no better reason to get your hands bloody than to do it protecting your younger cousin. Just be careful, son. You know that damn pretentious school doesn't allow bodyguards on the property, but they're always waiting close by. So you text them if you need them, and don't ever underestimate anyone in a fight. I know, Sasha says. I remember everything you taught me, Dad. Our dad can't help but give a proud grin. Wow, can you girls still breathe with all the testosterone in the room? Our mom asks us, waving her hand in the air like she's trying to clear a path for some fresh oxygen. Our dad laughs and walks over to her, easily picking her up and making her laugh as she wraps her arms around his neck. He whispers something in her ear that I'm glad I can't hear and then smacks her ass. Dad, I groan, rolling my eyes and sharing a grimace with my siblings. Our parents are very affectionate, and I really love that they're still so happily married, but that doesn't mean I want a front row seat to everything. I love your mom, he tells us, and I won't ever be able to act like I don't. That's actually really damn sweet, and I can't even muster up a fake eye roll for him. I'd love to have what they have one day, but so far I've had zero luck in that department. The boys I went to high school with never did anything for me, and the only other guys I see are those in the Bratva. And there's just two problems with that. I don't want any of them. And even if I did, none of them are stupid enough to go against my dad and uncles. Aside from Mia and me, there are two female cousins. Yelena is 17, and Svetlana is 18, and every man in the Bratva is under strict orders to keep things professional and not lay a hand on any of us unless our lives are in danger. My dad and uncles are fair men, but everyone knows that doesn't extend to where their daughters and nieces are concerned. My dad kisses my mom again and then sets her down and looks over at us. Let's order pizza tonight. Tomorrow we're going to the farmhouse for supper with everyone. Dominic's just flown in from Italy, so he'll be joining us. I started calling the house out in the country that Uncle Daniil bought for all of us, the farmhouse, when I was little. I just read a book about a little girl on a farm. And every time we drive out to it to spend a weekend with our cousins and aunts and uncles, I thought of it as our farmhouse. There weren't any chickens or pigs or horses, but there's still acres of woods and a lake that's hidden in them. With all the wildlife in space, it felt like a farm to my young mind. And so the nickname just kind of stuck. Dominic's coming? Sasha asks, already pulling out his phone to call his favorite pizza place for a delivery. Is everything okay with his side of the city? You're only 16, our mom reminds him. Still way too young to be worried about business stuff. Sasha looks to our dad, trying to get some help. It's important I know these things. It's important you know some things, our dad says. And all you need to know right now is that everything is fine and running as it should be. We invited Dominic because we haven't seen him in over a year, and we need to get caught up on a few things. I know that one day Sasha and all our male cousins will be taking over for our dads, and I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I don't want my brother getting hurt, but I think I'm more afraid that stepping into this role is going to unleash a dark side of him that might be better off contained. It's important I know these things too, Mia cuts in. Our mom barks out a laugh before she can stop herself, while my dad looks at his youngest like she's lost her damn mind. And why is that? He asks. For when it's my turn to join the family business. She gives a small shrug like it's a no-brainer, while our dad softly shakes his head at her. Not going to happen, little witch. The Bratva is for men. Mia scoffs and tosses back another chip, the loud crunch making it clear she doesn't give a damn about any past rules because they clearly don't apply to her. Jesus! Our dad groans and then points at his full head of hair that's only just recently started to show some gray. You see these? I don't want them to multiply. But I can tell you're not going to be satisfied until it's all white. He looks to her mom for help, but she just laughs. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about gray hair. I'm only 39. Oh, you're in for it now, Malenkaya, he says, picking her up again while she laughs. I can't believe you're all ganging up on me. We would never, our mom says. If Mia gives you a full head of gray hair, then you'll just be one hell of a silver fox. Our dad laughs and smacks her butt again. Sasha ordered the pizza. Your mom needs to eat. She's obviously in need of calories and not thinking clearly if she's talking about me being a silver fox anytime soon. Sasha laughs and shakes his head before making the call. Just another typical night for us. Most of my nights are spent with my family. The private high school I just graduated from is the same one my siblings and cousins go to. We've grown up together. And instead of fighting and hating one another, they're my best friends and I can't imagine not having them in my life. After the pizza gets here and we stuff ourselves while watching a movie, I head for bed, flopping down on my fuzzy pink comforter before grabbing my phone so I can text Svetlana. You're going to the farmhouse tomorrow, right? Her response is immediate. Duh, have you met my dad? I laugh because she's right. Uncle Vitaly would never let her skip a family dinner. Before I can respond, she sends another text. Wanna go shopping tomorrow? I'll pick up Yelena on the way, and then we can just go from the mall to the farmhouse. Sounds good, I tell her. Already thinking about the new pair of shoes I want to get. I've just finished helping Mia sort out some laundry, partly because I feel bad she has to do it, but mainly because I don't want her ruining my clothes when I hear Svetlana knocking at her door. You sure you don't want to come with us? I ask Mia. Her hazel eyes widen before she gives a soft laugh. A day at the mall? I'll pass. I laugh and leave her to the laundry, before walking into the living room in time to see my dad wrap an arm around Svetlana's shoulders and kiss the top of her head as he leads her into the kitchen. So you ladies are off to the mall, he asks, while grabbing us both a drink from the fridge. He always speaks to us in Russian. My mom speaks it pretty fluently now, and all the kids in the family grew up speaking and hearing it. It's as familiar to me as English at this point. He tosses Svetlana a bag of the gummy snacks she likes so much, smiling when she laughs, and says, Thanks, Uncle Lev. I see a lot of her twin brother Valentin in Svetlana's face, but her honey brown eyes are identical to her dad's. I'm told she also has his ability to talk himself out of just about anything, and his knack for being an all-around smartass. Apparently, my Uncle Vitaly was quite the handful when he was younger. Our parents are pretty tight-lipped about what all they got up to, but I'm guessing it was a lot. Yeah, we're gonna pick up Yelena and head to the mall. We'll just drive to the farmhouse when we're done, I tell him. Don't worry, we'll be there in plenty of time for supper. He's already on his phone texting a few of the guys to let them know where we're headed. Bodyguards are just a daily part of life. We've all learned that there's no escaping it. No matter how much we complain, or, in Svetlana's case, how many times we try to dodge them. When he's satisfied that we'll be properly guarded, he smiles and gives me a hug. Have fun, princess. Try not to max out the credit card. He laughs when he says it while I hug him back and say, You'd know I'd never do that, even if Uncle Daniil could just go in and erase it all. I don't add that our cousin Nikki could do it just as easily, because I'm not sure if our parents are aware yet of how damn good he is. On more than one occasion, he saved my ass by going in to change a few grades on my report card. I would have still graduated without his help, but he did save me from having to retake algebra my senior year. My dad tells me he loves me and then pulls his niece in for a hug goodbye. Drive safe, Sveta, he tells her. Sergei said you were speeding the other day again. Svetlana laughs. You all keep way too close of an eye on us, she tells him. You know it's not normal, right? My dad laughs. Nothing about our family is normal. Surely you've picked up on that by now. Svetlana tilts her head and thinks for a second. I might have picked up on that over the years. She darts her brown eyes to mine. Maybe it was when they invited everyone from the Bratva to our dance recital when we were 8 and Yelena was 7? She muses. Yeah, I'm guessing that was the first clue. My dad laughs and points a finger at her. A smart-ass just like your dad. And it wasn't the entire Bratva. Svetlana laughs and gives him another hug goodbye. We only did it because we were so damn proud of you three. We didn't realize all the Russians with neck tattoos would draw so much attention. I thought our dance teacher was going to have a heart attack, I say, smiling at the memory of all that muscle lined up against the back wall, watching us perform the ballet routine that couldn't have been all that good. The three of us loved our ballet classes, but I wouldn't say any of us had a real talent for it. We were just excited about wearing the tutu and getting to jump around in front of our families. All the top Bratva members had stood there and smiled before giving us a huge round of applause when we'd curtsied at the end. The other parents hadn't known what the hell to do. I still laugh when I think about it. Before we can walk out the door, Sasha comes running up to us. Hey, Sveta, mind if I ride with you guys? I promised Yevgeny I'd come hang out. He looks back at our dad. Uncle Matvey said it was okay if I just ride with them tonight. Sounds good, our dad says, ruffling Sasha's hair, and then smiling when Sasha immediately smooths it back into place. Mia's still working on the laundry, I tell him as we head to the door. I asked if she wanted to come, but she didn't want to. He lets out a soft laugh. Big surprise there. Don't worry. I'll let her punch the bag with me later. I smile and grab my purse. Because if there's one thing Mia loves, it's sparring with her dad in the home gym he set up. Why anyone would choose that over a day of shopping, I'll never understand, but my sister's her own person, and I respect the hell out of her for it. I pity the man she falls for because he's going to need to be one tough son of a bitch to keep up with her. The thought of some man trying to tame her makes me laugh again, as I kiss my dad's cheek and follow my cousin and brother into the elevator. On the way to Yelena's, Svetlana tries to stick to the speed limit, but it doesn't stop her from weaving in and out of traffic. The black SUV that's been following us since we left the parking garage doesn't have any problem keeping up, though. They're used to her driving by now. Plus, thanks to my dad, they know exactly where we're headed. All our families live close together, so within minutes we're pulling into the parking garage beneath the apartment building our Uncle Matvey and Aunt Alina live in. While we walk to the elevators, I nudge Sasha with my shoulder. You need anything from the mall? Can you get me one of those soft pretzels? That's what you want me to bring back for you? He shrugs. I buy all my shit online. You know that. It's not the same thing as actually going to the mall and getting to see everything and try things on, I tell him. We've had this conversation a lot over the years. He just doesn't get it. Fine, I'll get you the damn pretzel. He smiles and pats the top of my head, a move he's been doing since he hit a growth spurt when he was 14 and shot up taller than me. Thanks, sis. When we get out of the elevator and walk to the door, it opens before we can even knock, surprising no one. Our parents keep constant tabs on us, and when I see my Aunt Alina's smiling face, I can't help but understand their worry. I don't know all the details, but I know enough to know that our aunt was kidnapped by a really nasty sex trafficking ring and held for 2 years. From what my mom said, it nearly destroyed my dad and uncles, but no one took it as hard as our Uncle Matvey. They finally managed to get her aunt back, but they all swore that nothing like that would ever happen to our family again. Hence the constant texting between our parents and the ever-present bodyguards. Hey, Aunt Alina, I say, giving her a big hug. My aunt is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and she's also the most down-to-earth. Today, her dark hair is pulled back into a loose ponytail. She's wearing jeans and an old t-shirt, and she still looks like she should be on the cover of something. When our uncle walks into the room, her blue-green eyes immediately find his, before her face lights up in a smile. Uncle Matvey was in a fire when he was 15, and it left him with a scarred body and a rough-sounding voice, but even though he can look intimidating, he turns into such a giant softie with Aunt Alina. Uncle Matvey walks over and wraps an arm around his wife and kisses her head before smiling over at us. Sasha's already said a quick hello and run off to find Yevgeny, and Svetlana is squatting down and petting their German shepherd, Rasputin. Raspi's a good boy, Svetlana says, laughing when he licks her cheek. Yelena had named him when she was younger, and obsessed with the cartoon Anastasia. We'd all cried like a baby when Finn, their first dog, had died. But he'd lived a good life, and he'd been surrounded by his family when he took his last breath. His ashes have a special place on one of our aunt's shelves, right next to a photo of her and Uncle Matvey on the day they'd gotten him. I bend down to pet his big head and scratch behind his ears while Uncle Matvey says, "So, another mole trip, huh? Aren't you girls tired of that place by now?" I laugh and look up at him. "Uncle Matvey, that's not possible." Svetlana smiles up at him and says, "We'd love to check out some new places. Think our dads would be okay with us hitting a nightclub later?" Aunt Alina laughs while Uncle Matvey groans and shakes his head. "I know you're teasing me, Sveta. You're so much like your dad, it's scary." She gives Rasputin one last pet and stands back up. "Speaking of my dad, he wanted me to tell you that he's been practicing his pool game, and he's pretty sure he's taking you down later. He and Val are planning on challenging you, so come prepared." Uncle Matvey laughs. "He's never going to beat me, but it's so much fun to watch him try." Yelena comes into the room, tossing her phone in the oversized bag she has slung over her shoulder. Her eyes are just as dark as her dad's, but her laid-back attitude is all her mom. While she asks her mom if she needs anything, my eyes stray to one of the framed photos on their wall. It's my favorite one. My dad and all my uncles are 24 in it, and my Aunt Alina is 17. She's standing next to Matvey, looking up at him with a big smile on her face, while everyone else is smiling at the camera. She's been in love with him her whole life, and I think it's the sweetest thing ever. "I could never seem to take my eyes off him," she says, coming to stand next to me. She gives a soft laugh and points her finger at my dad. "Your dad had just gotten back from a fight. You can see his bloody knuckles if you look close enough." "They're just like Sasha's," I mutter, shaking my head. "He's fighting more and more." "He'll be okay." I turn to see my Uncle Matvey wrap an arm around his wife as he smiles over at me. "He's a lot like his dad. He'll get a handle on his rage, but until then, I'm guessing he can hold his own with the high school kids. Plus, that little shit deserved it for picking on Nikki." I smile because he's not wrong. "You know, your Uncle Daniil was picked on a little bit at school." Uncle Matvey's dark eyes are filled with amusement when he adds, "Until your dad taught him how to fight." I've heard stories about how good of a fighter my dad is, how he used to do a lot of underground fighting, and that's how he met my mom. Apparently, she was a big fan and stalked him a little bit. I can't picture my mom doing that, but I think there's a lot about my parents I don't know. "You guys ready?" Yelena asks. "Heck yeah," Svetlana quickly says. "We need to get going because this one," she says, pointing a finger at me, "takes forever to decide on anything. I'm not that bad. Besides, I'm only looking at shoes today." "Good God," Svetlana groans, looking at her aunt and uncle. "This could take days." They laugh and then hug Yelena goodbye. "You have your phone, right?" Uncle Matvey asks her. Yelena reaches into her bag and pulls it out so he can see. "We'll be safe, Dad. I promise." He still looks like he doesn't want to let her out the door, but instead of giving in to that fear, he kisses her head again and tells her he loves her before wrapping his arms around Aunt Alina and looking at the three of us. "Be careful. Keep your phones on and text if you need anything at all. Sergei, Alexander, and Felix are watching you today. Let them know if anyone makes you uncomfortable." "We will, Dad. Don't worry," Yelena tells him, giving him another hug. She's always been extremely close to him, and where most daughters would get annoyed with how overprotective he can be, Yelena's always understood it, and never once tried to make him feel bad about it. "I'll even bring you one of those cinnamon pretzels you like so much." "Thanks, honey. Make sure you get your Uncle Vitaly one, too. You'll never hear the end of it if you don't." "Better just get enough for all of them," Aunt Alina says with a laugh. "They can munch on them while they grill our supper." "Good thinking, Malishka," he tells her, kissing her head. After promising to bring back more than enough pretzels for everyone, we finally leave the apartment and step into the elevator. Okay, I wanted to wait until we were all together before I said anything, but guess what I heard? Svetlana says as soon as the door's shut. Before giving us a chance to guess, she smiles and I swear her honey-colored eyes sparkle with mischief. Dominic Alessi just bought La Dolce Vita. What? I quickly ask, thinking of the nightclub that I've thought about trying to sneak into on more than one occasion. The Bratva owns a few strip clubs, but they don't own any place that I'd want to hang out at. And even if I wanted to, our asses would get caught the second we walk through the door. You have to be 21 to get in, Yelena reminds us. Svetlana raises her brows at me and gives a soft laugh, before walking out of the elevator when the doors open. Dominic's going to be at supper tonight. Maybe we can convince him to let us into his nice club. I laugh and shake my head, following her to her car. You're out of your mind, Sveta. We haven't seen Dominic in years, and I doubt he even remembers us. Plus, there's no way in hell he's going to go against our dads and let us sneak into his club. Maybe he will. Svetlana gets in the driver's side and looks over at me when I sit down in the passenger seat. I mean, your dad did shoot him. Yeah, and then Dominic saved his life, I say, because we've all heard our parents teasing my dad about it. Svetlana ignores me and looks back at Yelena. What do you say? Are you in? Yelena laughs and shakes her head. No way. Sorry, guys, but I can't do that to my dad. I smile back at her, letting her know we're not mad that she wants to sit this one out. I'm pretty sure this is doomed to fail anyway, I tell her. She looks between me and Svetlana. Please don't do anything stupid. No promises, Svetlana says, and then turns the radio up so she can sing along. She's equally loud and off-key, and Yelena and I can't help but bust out laughing. We spend the next few hours at the mall. Most of the time is spent on me trying to find the perfect pair of shoes, but when I see them, I know every second of the hunt was worth it. They're the exact same shade of pink as my dress, and they have the cutest straps that wrap around my ankles. Oh my God, please tell me you're finished. Svetlana groans from the chair she's lounging in. Yelena's on her phone, but her lips quirk up at Svetlana's tone. Yes, I'm done, I tell her. But you have to admit the wait was worth it. Look at these things. They both look over. Svetlana nudges Yelena's shoulder. Are you at all surprised that her toes are already painted the exact same shade of pink as her dress and shoes? Because I'm not. I think they look amazing, Yelena says. And no, I'm not at all surprised. I like pink, I say in my own defense. I shove the shoes I've been wearing in my bag, because I plan on wearing these for the rest of the day, and then walk over to pay for my new favorite shoes. We spend another hour looking around. I grab a shirt I think Sasha will like, and then pick out a pair of earrings for Mia with little witch faces on them that I know she'll love, while Svetlana and Yelena each grab a few things. Before we leave, we place a huge soft pretzel order, and when we head back to the parking garage, I wave Alexander over, handing him 3 of the pretzels. He immediately tries to wave them away. Please take them, I tell him. We got extra for you guys. It can't be all that much fun following us around the mall all day. It's fun, he quickly tells me like this is the most exciting job ever. I laugh and insist he take the pretzels. You can still tail us to the farmhouse while you eat them. He gives a soft laugh and finally takes them from me. Thanks, Natalya. Appreciate it. I smile at the man who's been watching over me and my cousins since I was born. His wife Anya used to dance at Pink, one of the strip clubs the Bratva owns. But she quit after she started dating Alexander. They've been married for almost 15 years now and have 3 kids. Tell your family I said hi, I say, and then walk over to get in Svetlana's car. Will do, he hollers out to me. Thanks again for the pretzels. We wave at them as they get in their black SUV before following us out of the garage. We've got an hour-long drive, and we munch on our own cinnamon pretzels on the way. By the time Svetlana is pulling onto the long gravel road, we've come up with a plan of sorts. Svetlana and Yelena are going to run interference so that I can approach Dominic and ask him for a miracle. I don't remember much about him. Just a man with a light beard, an expensive suit, and an aura about him that makes it clear he likes his space. I'm fairly confident he's going to laugh off my request. I'm just hoping like hell laughing is the only thing he does. The last thing I want is my dad and uncles knowing what we're up to. When Svetlana parks next to a stunning red Lamborghini, My heart speeds up and my throat goes dry, because the man getting out of it is not at all the Dominic I remember. This man is stunningly gorgeous. A few days' worth of stubble on his face and wearing a suit that was obviously tailored specifically for him. It accentuates his broad shoulders and trim waist. And when he turns his head towards our car, his eyes are hidden behind dark sunglasses. And I'm suddenly not feeling all that confident about our plan. Damn, Svetlana mutters, giving a soft laugh. Does he have any sons? I laugh. But the last thing on my mind is any possible sons he may or may not have. I'm too busy running my eyes over the older man who should most definitely not have caught my attention. But he has. And I can't seem to look away.
Chapter 3. Dominic. I watch the black Mercedes that's parked next to me. The driver gets out, and as soon as I meet her whiskey brown eyes, I know I'm looking at Vitaly's daughter. A dark-eyed girl steps out from the back seat, reminding me so much of Mafia and Alina that I know it must be Yelena. I'm just about to say hi when the passenger door opens and my breath catches in my throat. The first thing I see is a tan bare leg and the sexiest pair of goddamn heels I've ever seen. My eyes travel up her legs, catching sight of the matching pink dress she's wearing and the curves that are impossible for me to ignore, until finally reaching her face when she stands up. Her long dark hair is loose around her shoulders, and when her eyes meet mine, they're the same pale shade of blue as Lev's. Fuck me. It's Principessa. She steps around the door, and since her arms are filled with bags, she uses her hip to push the door shut behind her. Forcing my eyes off her, I take a breath and step closer. I'm carrying a bag of cannoli, but I reach out so I can help before she drops the bags of pretzels. When I grab a few, my fingers lightly brush hers, and I notice the blush that heats up her cheeks. She has a tiny bit of cinnamon sugar on her bottom lip, and all my instincts are screaming at me to lean forward and lick it off. I don't know what the fuck has gotten into me, but fantasizing about an 18-year-old is not something I've ever done before. Wanting to get my mind out of the damn gutter, I say, "Let me guess, these are for your Uncle Vitaly." Her lips part in surprise before she lets out a soft laugh. "Well, they're for everyone, but yeah, they're mainly for him. He made me bring him cannoli from Italy." I hold up the bag. "This has been a pain in the ass to carry around, so he better damn well eat all of it." "You know he will." I turn to see his daughter staring at me with a big smile on her face. God, she's got his shit-eating grin and his eyes. "Long time no see, Dominic," she says with a laugh. "You remember me?" "Of course, Svetlana. But even if I didn't, you have your dad's eyes and smile." I look over at Yelena. "You also have your dad's eyes." She gives me a shy smile. "It's nice to see you again." "You too, Yelena." My eyes meet Natalya's again. And Lev's daughter, of course. I briefly run my eyes over her dress, not allowing myself to think about how damn good she looks in it. "I see you still like pink." "I do," she whispers, giving me a surprised look that I remembered such a small detail about her. "Hey," Svetlana says, giving me the same wicked grin I've seen on her dad's face more times than I can count. I know I'm probably not going to like whatever's about to come out of her mouth, but her words are cut off when I hear her dad's voice hollering at us from the porch. "Dominic, get your Italian ass over here. I'm hungry." No one else would ever dare speak to me the way the Melnikov brothers do, and for some insane reason, I put up with it. Maybe it's because it's the only time I ever feel like a normal person. They've never treated me like I'm the heir to the Alessi Mafia, They joke around with me and give me hell, and I like that. Not that I'll ever admit it to the grinning fucker who's still waiting for me to bring him his damn food. "We brought cinnamon pretzels too, Dad," Svetlana yells to him, making him smile even bigger. I help Natalya carry the bags to the large wraparound porch, and as soon as I'm close enough, Vitaly laughs and pulls me in for a hug. "It's been too damn long, Dominic," he says, and then pulls back and laughs even harder. "Did you seriously wear an Armani suit to a cookout?" "I did," I say, handing him the bag I've carted across the fucking Atlantic for him. "Here's your damn cannoli." He laughs and takes the bag, opening it and smelling the contents with a big smile on his face. "How the hell are you still in shape?" I've known him for close to 2 decades now, and even though he has a bit of gray hair and a few lines around his eyes, the man is still as fit as the first time I saw him. He laughs and pats his flat stomach. "It's important to me that I look good naked for my wife." "Dad, gross," Svetlana says, shaking her head at her father before taking the rest of the bags inside. He laughs while we follow her into the large white house. They call it the farmhouse, which immediately makes me think of something small and more on the simple side. But this is the exact opposite of that. The 2-story house is huge with large windows that let in a ton of natural light and hardwood floors that are covered in decorative rugs. I can't help but notice that Natalya stays by my side when we walk into a modern-looking kitchen, where several women are busy preparing food. "Dominic, so good to see you again." I smile at Alina and return the hug she gives me. We couldn't get my sister back, but it's always made me feel better knowing that at least she was saved. "You look exactly the same," I tell her, meaning every word of it. I pet the German shepherd that's standing by her side. "Who's this guy?" Alina smiles and pets his head. "This is Rasputin, but we all call him Raspy. Our daughter named him." She laughs and looks at Yelena, who's taking a couple of the pretzels and disappearing down the hall. "I was 12!" Yelena hollers over her shoulder, making Alina laugh again. I catch sight of Natalya's pink dress as she walks further into the kitchen while I hug the other wives. The sound of several engines revving pulls my attention to the back window. "Our husbands thought it would be a good idea to get the boys dirt bikes for Christmas one year," Katya says, making it clear she didn't think it was such a great idea. "They didn't get me one." I turn at the pissed-off tone and smile at the auburn-haired girl. She might look like Jolene, but this young girl is all Liev. She's the exact opposite of her older sister. Instead of a pink dress and heels, she's wearing Doc Martens, a black pair of jeans, and a black t-shirt. Her hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and I give a small smile when I see the skull earrings she's wearing. "You get more like your father every time I see you, Mia," I tell her. She smiles like it's the best compliment I could have ever given her, and takes a big bite of her pretzel after dipping it into the icing. "I bet your brother or one of your cousins will give you a ride if you ask," Jolene tells her. "And you know your dad promised you one when you get older." "I don't know why I have to wait until I'm older to do anything fun," she mutters before grabbing another bite and then heading out the open French doors and onto the back deck. I raise a brow at Jolene. And here I was thinking Svetlana was going to be the handful. Everyone laughs while Svetlana looks at me from across the kitchen. "I'm an absolute angel," she tells me with a straight face. "Always have been." "And modest, too," Vitaly says, coming up to stand next to his wife. He's already made his way through 2 cannoli and is working on a 3rd. Katya looks over at him. "Are you even going to be hungry for supper?" He winks at her and takes another bite. "You'd think by now you would have learned to never doubt me, wife," He smacks her ass, and before she can say anything, he looks over at me. Come on, the others are down by the grill. Before I follow him out, I walk over to the counter, setting the bags I'm still carrying down. I briefly meet Natalya's eyes before forcing myself to look away. Her light blue eyes might look just like her dad's, but he's the last thing I'm thinking about when I stare into them. That girl is dangerous, and I need to stay the fuck away. Taking the glass of whiskey Emily hands me with a smile, I follow Vitaly out of the house and onto the large back deck. We walk past several lounge chairs and a couple of hammocks, and then down a few stairs to another level of the deck that's just as nice as the first one. But instead of potted flowers and lounge chairs, this one has the biggest damn grill I've ever seen and 2 hot tubs. The yard stretches out in front of us, revealing an in-ground pool and several acres of woods beyond that circle around the house. I see the trails the dirt bikes have made and hear the distant rumble of their engines. It's beautiful out here, and peaceful, and I can see why they love it so much. Holy shit, man, it's good to see you. I turn and smile at Lev. The first night I met Lev, it ended with him shooting me and our families forming an alliance to take down the Lebedev Bratva. The shot had been a nasty one, and my shoulder still aches from time to time. It doesn't surprise me at all that when he smacks my shoulder, he makes sure to hit the exact spot where the bullet went through. You are such a dick, I tell him, making him laugh. I can't believe I saved your life after you shot me. I think about the night we rescued Alina. It had been chaos, and it was pure luck that I happened to look over at just the right moment to see the man aiming a gun at Lev. I'd yelled his name, and he ducked just in time. Oh, come on now. You would have never forgiven yourself if you just stood there and let me die. I raise a brow at him. I'm guessing I could have managed it. He just laughs and smacks my back again. Did you see the kids yet? Yeah, I get here the same time as Natalya. His eyebrow-piercing glints in the sunlight when he raises it at me. Did you notice she's not at all the spoiled princess you told me she'd become? I think about his beautiful daughter, the principessa that I can't seem to get out of my head, and say, well, I didn't spend that much time with her. She could be a complete ass for all I know. Daniil barks out a laugh while Lev mutters something about Italians that I'm guessing isn't all that complimentary. Hey, Daniil, how have you been? He smiles and takes another drink before saying, I'm great, man. Sorry to hear about your dad. Thanks, I tell him. But we all knew it was coming. So now you're officially the Don, Roman says, coming to stand by us. I'm not kissing your fucking ring, Vitaly yells over his shoulder while he flips burgers on the grill. I groan and look at Roman. I keep telling him that's not how it works. Roman shrugs. He's stubborn. You'll never convince him. Stubborn's one way to put it. I take another drink and watch Mafia walk out of the house and over to us. He gives me an easy grin, the kind he would have never been able to manage before they got Alina back. He looks happy, damn happy, and when he stands next to me and wraps his arm around my shoulder, giving me a side hug, I can't mask the surprise. I've seen him many times over the years, but this is the first time he's ever attempted physical contact. It's good to see you, Dominic. His voice is just as gravelly as ever, but that's the only thing that's the same. He's even wearing a t-shirt, not caring that his scarred, tattooed arms are easily visible. You're like a different man, Matvey. I raise my glass to him. I'm happy for you. He smiles even bigger and lifts his glass before taking a drink. At the sound of his daughter's voice, he looks over and shouts something in Russian. Elena's walking with Valentine, both of them eating off the same pretzel while they walk towards the dirt bike that's parked outside the large barn at the back of the property. She smiles and hollers back at him before shaking her head and laughing. She hates wearing a helmet, Matvey explains. But it's the only way I'll ever let her get on one of those damn things. Mia really wants one, I say, looking over at Lev. Laughing, he says, Yeah, she only tells me that every damn day. She can get one when she's 16 as long as I think she can handle it. He scrubs a hand over his jaw. She also wants a motorcycle as soon as she gets her license, and we just compromised on piercings. She's agreed to not pierce herself anymore, and in return we'll let her get her nose pierced when she's 17. Vitaly laughs and points the spatula at Lev. If she's anything like her dad, then that's not the only thing she's going to want to get pierced. To really emphasize his point, he lowers the spatula so it's pointing right at Lev's crotch. Fuck, brother, Lev groans. Don't even say shit like that. Vitaly just laughs and goes back to grilling. I'm so happy I have sons, Roman says while Daniil laughs and raises his glass, clinking it against Roman's. A fucking man, brother. I don't bother saying that I'm fucking thrilled I don't have either, because the men around me are obviously thrilled to be dads. And I don't want to piss on their daddy parade. What about you? I look over at Roman. What about me? You came here alone, he asks. You didn't bring anyone from Italy. I did, actually, I say, surprising them. 2 of my cousins. Dario and Alessandro will be staying with me in America. Vitaly walks over after putting more hamburgers on the grill and says, Yeah, I think he meant did you bring anyone over who doesn't have a dick? Is that what he meant? I ask. I hadn't picked up on that, Vitaly, thank you. Vitaly laughs. We've missed having you around, Dominic. We need a grumpy bachelor around to even things out. We all noticed how you kept yourself scarce when all our kids were at the babysitting age. Fuck yeah, I did. I shake my head at the thought of dirty diapers and screaming babies. That was absolutely on purpose. Like we'd ever trust you to watch our kids, Lev says, reaching for his phone and swiping his finger over the screen until he finds what he's looking for. You look scared to death. You remember this? This is not the face of a man who I would trust to take care of my daughter. I look at the photo. It's from Matvey and Alina's wedding. Lev had put his daughter in my arms, and I hadn't known what in the fuck to do with her. In the picture, Natalya is dressed all in pink with her back pressed against my chest and my hands wrapped snugly around her stomach and butt, because I was terrified I was going to drop her. Lev's wrong, though. I don't look terrified in the photo. She's gripping my finger and looking up at me, and I'm looking down at her. I look puzzled and slightly surprised, if anything. I'd expected Natalya to scream, but she just smiled up at me like there was nowhere else she'd rather be. When I look away from the photo, the first thing I see is Natalya staring at me. The same blue eyes meet mine, but everything else has changed about her. She's not a little girl anymore. She's a woman, a beautiful woman, but she's also completely and absolutely off limits. Hey, princess, Lev says, waving her closer. We were just talking about you. She comes to stand by her dad, smiling when he shows her the picture of us.
Oh my God, I forgot all about that photo.
You're the first baby he ever held, Lev says. Can you tell? Her blue eyes study the picture, a soft smile playing at her full lips, and I can't help but notice that her top lip is slightly bigger than her bottom one. And fuck, do I like that. She's wearing some sort of pink, glossy lipstick that's putting all kinds of inappropriate images in my head. The last thing I want to be thinking about while standing next to her dad is how goddamn beautiful those lips would look stretched around my cock.
I think he looks pretty relaxed,
Natalya says, giving me a quick smile. She swipes her finger over the screen, spending a few seconds doing something I can't see before handing the phone back to her dad. Lev takes it, slipping it into his back pocket while saying, "He thought you were going to end up spoiled rotten." He wraps an arm around her shoulders and kisses the top of her head. He has to lean down quite a bit to do it, because even though she's still wearing those fucking amazing heels, she's still a good foot shorter than all of us. Joke's on him, princess, because you're an absolute sweetheart.
There's no way any of you would have let me grown up to be a brat.
She laughs and looks at her dad and uncles.
Besides, all any of you had to do was look at me like you were disappointed and I'd burst into tears.
Vitaly gives a big smile. Remember the time you and Elena spent the night and my wicked daughter convinced you both to watch a scary movie that she knew she wasn't allowed to see? Natalya groans at the memory. Her uncles laugh while Lev looks at me and takes over. The jump scare made Natalya scream, scaring the hell out of Vitaly. He came running in the room to find 3 terrified girls and Val, who'd been trying to calm them down, but it obviously wasn't working. As soon as she saw my face, Vitaly says, cutting in to finish the story, Natalya started crying. She jumped in my arms, still shaking from that goddamn movie, telling me she was sorry. God, the 3 of them had to sleep with night lights for like a month after that.
It was a really scary movie,
Natalya says in her own defense.
And we were 10.
Yeah, that's why we said you couldn't watch it, Vitaly tells her. Poor Val had his hands full trying to keep you girls out of trouble.
Yeah, my brother's such a saint.
We all turn to see Svetlana walking over, a Coke in one hand and a cannoli in the other, looking every bit like Vitaly's daughter. Looking over at me, she smiles and raises the cannoli higher.
These are delicious. Maybe I should move to Italy.
Vitaly points the spatula he's still holding at her. Don't you dare. I will fly over there and personally drag your Russian ass back here.
I was born in America,
she reminds him. I'm Russian. Your mom is Russian. You, sweetheart, are Russian. I don't give a damn what country you were born in. Svetlana laughs, clearly enjoying riling her dad up. She takes another bite right as the sound of revving motors grows louder and several dirt bikes emerge from the path in the woods. They're all wearing dirt bike helmets, so I'm not sure who is who, but Yelena is clutched around, I'm assuming Val, and there's a much smaller body on the back of one of the other bikes, so Mia must have slipped out to join them at some point. When she pulls her helmet off, there's a huge smile on her face. She's an adrenaline junkie in the making, and I can only imagine the shit she's going to get up to when she's older. As if sensing my thoughts, Lev sighs from beside me. I was kind of hoping she'd outgrow her love of danger, but it just keeps getting worse. I look over and laugh. Just wait until she starts bringing guys home. The look he gives me makes me give another laugh. My daughter is never going to bring guys home, not unless she wants me to shoot them. I smack his shoulder and finish my drink. You can't just go around shooting everyone who pisses you off. You have to learn to use your words, Lev. Before he walks off to join Jolene, who's just stepped outside with the other wives, he says, Perks of running a Bratva. Yes, I fucking can. I smile because he's not wrong. We spend the next couple of hours eating and catching up. Their family is loud and boisterous, and I end up laughing more than I have in a very long time. By the time dessert is done, my jacket is off, the sleeves of my white button-up are rolled to my elbows, and I'm forcing myself to switch to coffee because I've had way too much to fucking drink. Ramon whispers something in Emily's ear before kissing her cheek, and then giving her ass a soft pat when she stands up from his lap. She cups his face and smiles at him like she's just as much in love with him as when I first met them. All the couples around me are that way. They're constantly touching one another, sharing secret, heated looks, and whispering in each other's ears. The kids aren't fazed by it, which tells me it's not at all out of the ordinary, and just something they see every day. My family has always tended to be a little more closed off about our feelings unless we're angry. Then the whole fucking world knows it. But the sweet stuff? That's not something an Alessi man shows in front of others. It's seen as a sign of weakness, and appearing weak is a sin that's just one step below betraying your blood. Unforgivable. Emily kisses Ramon once more before grabbing her drink and heading inside. The rest of the women follow her lead and kiss their husbands before doing the same. Their daughters stand to join them, along with the younger boys. My eyes briefly meet Natalya's when she leans over the table to grab another water bottle. My eyes run down the curve of her neck, noticing the way a light blush hits her cheeks, and when our eyes meet again, her lips part ever so slightly, and it's enough to make my cock stir in my pants. The look only lasts a few seconds, but it feels so much longer before she turns her head and walks inside. I force myself to not stare at her retreating ass. When I look back around the table, I see that Luca, Maxim, and Val are still sitting by their dads. They need to learn how things work, Ramon says. Do you mind? I look at the boys and give them a nod. Not at all. I trust the men around me, and if they want their sons in on this, then it's fine by me. Bratvas may not be run in the same way Mafias are, but we all know that loyalty and secrecy come above all else. I have no doubt that's been drilled into the 3 18-year-olds who are watching us, but smart enough to not say anything. They're here to learn, not participate. Daniil rests his forearms on the table and meets my eyes. I know your men have been giving you updates, and for the most part, things have been pretty damn peaceful. We've had some local gang shit, but nothing that wasn't easily squashed. He flicks the fingers of one hand out when he speaks, making it clear that getting rid of them didn't even qualify as a slight headache. There have been a few attacks on our men in the southern part of our territory, though. My brow raises in interest, waiting for him to go on, but it's Matvey who takes over. We think it might be another Bratva. What makes you say that? I ask him. He shrugs his shoulders and leans back in his chair. Our men heard them speaking Russian. They were too organized and too well-equipped to be a local gang. This was someone coming in from the outside. I take a drink and think about what he said. Any ideas on who it could be? My men tell me everything's been quiet on our side. Whoever it is, they haven't stepped foot on the east side yet. We don't know who it is yet, Daniil tells me. I'm working on it, but there aren't any security cameras in the area where the attack happened. And so far, everything's quiet. No rumors about anyone new trying to move in. I can hear the frustration in his voice, and I'm guessing he spent a lot of hours on his computer trying to figure out who could be behind this. Let me know if you need anything from me, I tell them. I'd like to continue working together now that I'm back on a more permanent basis. Dario and Alessandro will be handling my clubs, and I'll tell them to keep an ear out for any news. Anything you need from me, just let me know. Good to know, Ramon says, giving me a grin. It'd be a real pain in the ass to go to war with you.
Tell me about it,
I groan.
Who the fuck has time for that?
Lev looks over at the young men who are silently taking in every detail of what's going on. I hope you three appreciate how many people we had to kill to get to this point. Enjoy the peace we've bled for.
Yeah,
Vitaly says with a laugh, giving his son a smack on the back.
Don't fuck it up.
We're not planning on it, Dad, Val tells him. I can tell it's lesson time, so I take another drink of coffee and sit back to listen. Roman watches his own son. Luca looks so much like his dad, right down to the stern expression on his face, like he's already carrying the weight of his family on his shoulders. Never start shit if you don't have to, Roman tells him. Don't ever start a fight unless you're absolutely certain you can not only win, but also decimate the other side. Because any survivors are going to be threats that you're going to always be worrying about. Luca nods his head, taking in everything his dad is telling him while the other two listen in just as hard. Max scrubs a hand over his face, reminding me that Daniil once told me he was a gifted pianist. His long fingers look like they should be playing intricate pieces of music instead of holding weapons and taking lives. But we don't always get to choose our path in life. I almost start to feel sorry for him until I see the look in his gray eyes. He's hungry for this, just as much as his dad and uncles and the two cousins beside him. He may have another side to him, a softer, gentler side, but that's not all that's living inside him. Val, on the other hand, is a little harder to read. He's quieter than I expected, considering who his dad is, but I get the feeling that not much gets by him. Vitaly grins.
Don't start shit you can't finish, but,
he says, drawing the word out.
If someone fucks with your family or tries to encroach on your territory, then you have to do whatever it takes to send a message.
And sometimes that message is very bloody, Lev says, making his brothers give a few soft laughs. The boys smile, already impatient and anxious to make their own mark on the Bratva they've been born into. We talk for several more minutes. They fill me in on the new clubs they've opened. Pink, the strip club that Vitaly turned into one of the most respected gentlemen clubs in the city, is still bringing in a hefty profit every month. But they've also branched out and opened up a couple of nightclubs. One of them near the city's most prestigious university, hoping to draw the rich students in.
Like moths to a fucking flame,
Vitaly says.
Those rich kids can't spend their parents' money fast enough.
You selling there? I ask. Roman answers for him. A little, but it's never going to be our main source of income. We've got a few guys supplying pills. The nightclub makes it easy. We always have sellers there on the weekends. The students pay a cover charge, buy overpriced drinks, and then spend a small fortune on pills that will help them forget about their stressful classes for a few hours, or help them stay up all night to study for them.
Man, there's Lev's thing,
Vitaly says with a grin.
How was the underground fighting business going?
I ask, giving a soft laugh.
You started something huge all those years ago when you took Sebastian out.
His lip ring moves as he gives me a big smile. Paying to fuck and paying to watch a fight. I'm guessing those have both been lucrative businesses since the first currency system was put into place.
True enough.
I agree.
Especially when they know it's a fight to the death. People are so damn predictable. Violence, sex, and money, it always draws a crowd.
Speaking of, Matvey says, what are your plans with La Dolce Vita?
I'm keeping the main nightclub area, but I'm going to add a second floor. It'll have very restricted access to only a select few.
What the hell is going to be going on up there? Vitaly asks with a soft laugh. Gambling. High stakes only. He grins at me and nods his head. Fucking nice, man. That'll bring in some good money. It will. I agree. The Alessi family has always been involved in real estate in this city. That's what we're known for, and that's what we use to hide our money. But I've been wanting to branch out for years, and now feels like the right time. I bought the nightclub under an LLC, making sure my name is completely hidden from everything, and the plan is for the upper level to be private and word of mouth only. I want to appeal to the men who have money to spend and don't know when to quit and walk away from the table. Too much money and zero self-control. That's the crowd I'm looking for, and I have no doubt I'll find it. After a few more minutes of small talk, I tell them to let me know if any more attacks take place, and that I'll inform my men of what's going on and tell them to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. When Luca stands up, I notice the large tattoo on his left inner forearm. May I ask, motioning for him to hold his arm out. He smiles and leans closer, giving me a better look at it. It's an image of the Grim Reaper, and it stretches from the crook of his inner elbow all the way down to his wrist. The cloaked skeletal figure is wearing a black robe, the hood tilted back so the wicked grin he's giving is visible. The scythe he's carrying is dripping bright red blood, the only spot of color on the entire tattoo, making it stand out even more. There's a black raven perched on his shoulder with its head cocked to the side like it's studying me, and beneath the whole thing is a sentence in Russian. What does it say? Brothers in blood, in life and in death, Luca says. I hear the pride in his voice when he speaks the words. None of the kids have accents, but I know they all speak Russian fluently. Svetlana designed it, Vitaly says with a proud grin. It's based on the tattoo that Mafia has, but she tweaked it a bit. They wanted a tattoo that's all their own, and every male in the family will get it when they turn 18. I thank Luca for showing me and look over at Lev. You know Mia's going to want one. He sighs. She's already asking for it. His brothers laugh while we all stand to go in, knowing everyone else has waited long enough. I'm about to make my exit when Daniil says, Don't even think about it. We're about to play some pool. You have to at least stay long enough to get your ass kicked by Matvey. I relent and grab my coffee cup. Maybe one game. When Svetlana sees us walking towards the French doors, she opens them and runs her eyes over us. Come on, Dad. I'm stepping in for Val. I know we can beat Uncle Matvey and Aunt Alina this time. Hell yes we are, sweetheart. Get ready to pose for some celebratory photos, because we're documenting this win so we can constantly remind them of it. Svetlana laughs, but I notice the way she keeps looking over at me. I'm not sure what she's up to, but when she goes out of her way to keep everyone distracted, leading them down the hall while Natalya slips out onto the deck with me, I'm more than a little curious. She turns her light blue eyes up at me and gives me a nervous smile. She must have recently reapplied her lip gloss because her lips are glistening ever so slightly, and I have to force myself to not stare. What's going on, Natalya? She meets my eyes and swipes her tongue over her bottom lip, making me nearly groan. Can I talk to you for a second? About? Turning her head, she looks in to make sure no one is watching and then takes a step closer. I raise a brow at her, waiting to see where this is going. She fidgets, shifting her weight from foot to foot and swiping at her dress in an effort to keep her hands busy. You might want to just say it, I tell her. I'm guessing someone is going to come looking for us in a few minutes. She gives another nervous glance towards the window. She starts and then stops. Looking back up at me, her cheeks turn even pinker when she says,
I was wondering if you could get me and Svetlana into your new club.
I let out a soft laugh. I've been propositioned by enough women to know that it wasn't what Natalya was doing when she cornered me on the back deck, but I hadn't been expecting this. You have to be 21 to get into La Dolce Vita, I remind her. She looks up at me and huffs out a breath.
You're the owner. Surely you can bend the rules a little?
Bend them for the Bratva principessa whose father and uncles are men I do business with and who would be furious if they knew I'd snuck their daughters into a nightclub?
We're not going to drink or do anything wrong.
When she sees the disbelieving look on my face, she adds,
We're not. We just want to see it. In case you haven't noticed, our parents are a little strict.
They're that way for a reason, and I think you know that.
I do. But we're going stir-crazy, and what better way to let off a little steam than while under the protection of one of their oldest friends?
I laugh at the smile she gives me.
It's a pretty please mixed with desperate hope, and it's fucking adorable.
As beautiful as she looks under the moonlight, begging me for something, there's no way in hell I can give her what she wants. I've already broken enough unwritten rules by thinking about her in a sexual way, and I'm not about to add to it by sneaking her underage ass into my club behind her family's back. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. She surprises me by gripping my arm when I turn to go inside. I look down at her small hand on my inked forearm, clenching my jaw at the sight of her pink nail polish against my skin, unable to not think about what her hand would look like wrapped around my dick, glimpses of feminine pink as she works me up and down in long, slow strokes. Her skin is hot against mine, and when I lift my eyes to hers, her lips part in a soft gasp. Whatever she sees in my eyes has her releasing her hold on me and taking a step back. Wise choice, principessa. I look down at her, noticing the slight flush to her chest and the way her breathing is picked up the tiniest bit. I have no doubt that if I were to close the distance and look my way along one of her pulse points, I'd find it racing beneath my tongue. I'm going to go inside and pretend you didn't just ask me this. I suggest you forget about this crazy idea. There are a lot of dangerous men out there, principessa. It'd be best if you kept your ass inside where it's safe. Without waiting for a reply, I turn and walk back inside, leaving her on the porch with a stunned look on her beautiful face and a pissed-off look in her eyes.
Chapter 4. Natalya. I watched Dominic's broad shoulders disappear inside the house with my mouth still hanging open. I hadn't expected him to just smile and say, "Well, okay there, sweetheart, I'll sneak you in, no problem." But I also hadn't expected him to dismiss the idea so quickly. I thought he might at least think about it for a few seconds. But it's obvious after talking to him that he was never going to entertain the idea of helping us. I'm still staring into the house, even though he's long out of sight, remembering the way his skin had felt beneath my fingers. I hadn't meant to reach out to him. It had just happened. But once I'd felt the heat of his skin, I hadn't wanted to let go. He'd tensed when I'd touched him, but he hadn't pulled away. Instead, I'd been the one to let go when I met his eyes and seen what was behind them. He'd looked hungry. Damn hungry. And I've never seen anything like it. I've had boys at school stare at me, and I've gotten looks while out and about, but no one has ever looked at me the way Dominic just did. Like he wanted to possess every dim inch of me. Like he wanted to own me body and soul. I'd been so stunned I'd let go, but now I'm wishing I hadn't. It's stupid and pointless since he's way too old for me, and working with my dads and uncles, but I can't help but be intrigued. What would it feel like to be possessed by a man like Dominic? I have no idea, but I'd like to find out. With my head swimming with thoughts I shouldn't be thinking, I make my way back inside. following the sounds of laughter into the large room at the end of the hall. There's a couple of leather couches and chairs and a pool table that my family is currently standing around. My cousins are sprawled out on the couches watching the game. Svetlana's just finished her shot when her eyes meet mine. I give her a small shake of my head to let her know the mission has failed. She frowns, but I have no doubt she's already coming up with a plan B. When I take a seat on the nearest couch and look around the room, my eyes meet Dominic's. He's standing on the other side of the room, one broad shoulder leaning against the wall, looking completely relaxed and sexy as hell. His tattooed forearms are still on full display, and I'd give just about anything to run my fingers over his olive skin again. His brown eyes linger on mine for longer than necessary, before slowly turning his attention back to the pool game. It's only after he looked away that I realize I've been holding my breath. I'm used to dangerous men. I've been surrounded by them since birth, but there's something different about Dominic. He's an unfamiliar danger. I don't know what he's capable of, but I want to find out. After Svetlana and Uncle Vitaly lose the game, she comes and sits next to me while my dad and Sasha step up to play next. No luck, huh? She keeps her voice low so only I can hear. Nope, I say, nudging her shoulder with mine while I huff out a soft laugh. He didn't even think about it. Plan B it is. I look over and meet her honey brown eyes, immediately comparing them to the much darker shade of Dominic's. Do I even want to know what Plan B is? She laughs. Probably not. Once I get the details all sorted out, I'll let you know. Just be ready to go next Saturday. We sit back and watch our Uncle Matt V and Aunt Alina win every game of pool they play. We all know it's Uncle Matt V's doing, but the way he smiles at her every time she manages a good hit or sinks a ball, you'd think that she was the one carrying the game. When they're undefeated, Dominic looks at his watch and smacks my dad on the shoulder. I'm too far away to hear what he's saying, but it's obvious he's leaving, and I'm surprised by how badly I don't want him to. I've enjoyed stealing glances at him all night, and I'm not ready for my eye candy to leave. He's old enough to be our dad, Svetlana whispers in my ear, reminding me of what I already know. Yeah, but he isn't, I whisper back. She laughs and shakes her head. You're lucky I can keep a secret and that I love you so much. There's nothing to tell, I remind her. She just lets out another laugh and says, Not yet there isn't, but I saw the way he was looking at you. I think someone wants to taste some forbidden fruit. I bark out a laugh before I can stop it. And when I raise my eyes again, Dominic is staring at me. Head tilted ever so slightly with one dark brow raised as he watches us with open curiosity. I swear the dark stubble on his face has gotten even thicker since he arrived, and my fingers itch to touch him, to feel the coarse hairs against my skin. He turns away from me when Uncle Roman says something to him, and then a few minutes later, he's saying a quick goodbye and giving a wave to my mom and aunts. Before he turns to leave the room, his eyes meet mine one last time, and then he's gone. Maybe you should run out and tell him goodbye? Keeping my eyes on the empty doorway, I say, That might draw a bit of attention, don't you think? Yeah, probably. They were already asking where you were when you were talking to him on the deck. I had to tell everyone you were making him more coffee. Our family's way too observant. It's a common complaint between us, but we both know there's no changing it. There are certain things our family isn't going to budge on, and safety is one of them. Leaning down, I slip my new heels off and grab her hand. Come on, we need chocolate. She gives me one of her big smiles. Now you're speaking my language. When we step into the kitchen, Luca and Max are already raiding the cabinets. Val and Yelena are sharing a large bowl of ice cream, and Sasha is pulling out a bottle of root beer so he can make a float. Keep that out, I tell him, already grabbing a couple of large glasses in case anyone else wants one. Luca laughs at the amount of ice cream I scoop out, and tosses a bag of marshmallows on the counter next to the graham crackers Max found. Rough night? He teases, leaning against the counter next to me. He has a playful glint in his green eyes when he looks down at me. My cousins are gorgeous, there's no denying it, and all the girls in school went crazy for them. But even though we're not related by blood, I've only ever thought of them as my cousins. They're my best friends, the guys I go to when I'm stressed or pissed off or just wanting to hang out and have a good laugh. I grab one of the marshmallows while my other hand pours root beer over my ice cream. Don't judge, Luca. I would never. He grabs a handful of marshmallows for himself, and then takes the bottle of root beer from me so he can have a drink. So did you get all your Bratva talk done? I stab a straw into my float and take a big drink, letting out an appreciative sigh. God, that's good. Max tosses a marshmallow at me, hitting me right between the eyes. He points a long finger at me. You know he can't answer that. I grin at him and eat the marshmallow he socked me with. I know, but it's not going to stop me from trying. Seriously, Svetlana says, grabbing the last cannoli that her dad must have somehow missed. We're not ever allowed to know anything? Luca grins. Nope. Svetlana turns her eyes to me and rolls them. We don't get the cool tattoos, we don't get to carry guns or shoot anyone, and we don't get to know all the cool secrets. Being in a Bratva family is a lot less exciting than I thought it'd be. Val laughs and hands Yelena the cherry from their sundae while Luca says, Perks of having a dick. Svetlana fakes a dry heave. Huh! Gross! You do know what year it is, right? You can get rid of the loincloth and drop the club from your hand. He just shrugs and takes another drink. That's just the way it is. I finish my bite and ask, but you guys are going to be taking over, right? Can't you just change the rules? That's funny that you think our dads are going to just sit back and fully retire, Max says. And no, just because we're stepping up and learning the family business doesn't mean we can just change everything. He raises a brow at me. Or that we'd want to. The men in our family have always protected the women, Val says. Yelena sneaks him a quick smile before she takes another bite. They've always been close, but you'd have to be blind to not notice that they don't look at each other like the rest of us do. So far, our parents have continued an admirable sort of stubborn denial to see anything, and the rest of us aren't about to burst their bubble. Maybe we don't need protecting, Svetlana counters. That makes them all laugh. Are you kidding me? Sasha says, joining in now that he's finished drinking his float. Do you have any idea how many fights I got into because you pissed someone off at school? Me? Svetlana's feigned innocence has me snorting out a laugh. Yes, you. Sasha points his finger at her. You like to piss people off, especially people who are way bigger and stronger than you. Svetlana looks over at me. Your brother's been hit in the head one too many times. He's clearly confusing me with someone else. When my brother just shakes his head at her, she gets up and walks over to him, wrapping her arms around him in a big hug. Svetlana's taller than me, but he still towers over her. I'm sorry, cuz. Thanks for watching out for me. It's a full-time job, he mutters. Ain't that the truth, she says, not even bothering to deny it. He laughs and kisses the top of her head. Now that you graduated, maybe my knuckles won't be bloody all the time. Yeah, right, we all know you love to fight. This time it's his turn to not bother denying it. Like father, like son, I guess. We don't leave the kitchen until we're all so stuffed we can barely move. And then it's only so we can go change into pajamas and meet back up in the room that we've converted into our own mini-movie theater. Our other cousins eventually join us. Damien, Luca's little brother, comes in, taking a seat next to Yevgeny and Sasha on one of the couches, while everyone else sprawls out on either the leather recliners or the giant beanbags. Svetlana and I share one of the extra-large beanbags, while Yelena and Val take the one next to us. We pull a few buttery soft blankets over us, while Luca scrolls through the movie options. Once the movie starts, my mind drifts to Dominic. I'm curious about him. Way more than I should be. But no matter how hard I try to focus on the movie and shove him out of my mind, he keeps coming back. I swear. I can still feel the heat of his skin beneath my fingertips and smell the spicy, woodsy, panty-melting scent of his cologne that's best described as sexy as fuck. I finally drift off to sleep at some point during the second movie. But when I wake, I'm still haunted by thoughts of Dominic. and the next week is one of the longest of my life. Svetlana has been tight-lipped about her plans, and the only hint she gives me is on Saturday morning when she sends me a simple text. Tell your parents you want to sleep at the farmhouse tonight with me. Val, Luca, and Max are staying out there. We can hang out and watch girly movies upstairs. I know she has more planned than just a movie marathon, but I also know the less I know, the better. I don't want to lie to my parents. I've never had to before, and it makes me feel guilty just thinking about it. Before I lose my nerve, I find my mom in the kitchen. She's chopping vegetables, so I grab an extra cutting board and several of the carrots she's working on. Thanks, honey. These things are taking me forever. I smile over at her before I start cutting. Hey, Mom, do you mind if I stay over at the farmhouse tonight? Sveta and Val are going over there with Max and Luca. Even though I'm 18, there's no way in hell I'm going to be given the freedom that other adults have. Our world is just too dangerous for that. My mom thinks while she tosses all the cut-up carrots into the slow cooker with the roast. I don't see why not. Your dad is out with your uncles, but I can send a text to Grigory and Felix. They can stay in one of the guest rooms. Mom, that's really not necessary. She raises a brow at me. I'm going to stop you right there so you don't waste any more seconds of your precious life. You know this is non-negotiable and that your dad will drive out there himself if he finds out I let you two go without any bodyguards. I know she's right. And there's no way in hell I want my dad driving out there, so I quickly say, okay. I just feel bad that they have to follow us around all the time. They must get so sick of it. My mom smiles at me and shakes her head. They get paid a lot of money to watch over you all. And they know what an honor it is. Your dad and uncles would never trust an idiot to watch over you guys. I smile back at her, but I can't help wishing we did have a couple of dumbasses watching over us tonight. I still have no idea what Svetlana is planning or how she thinks we're going to get past 2 well-trained Bratva members and 3 of our male cousins, and I don't want to. I'm more than happy to go into this blind, because I'm guessing the truth of what we're about to do would scare me into keeping my ass inside tonight. You can't fear what you don't know, right? After helping my mom cut up a few more vegetables, I give her a hug and then go to pack my bag. At the last minute, I throw in a sequined dress in a light shade of pink that I bought on a whim but have yet to work up the courage to wear. It's way tinier than anything I'd usually pick out, but I love the way it sparkles. And the new pink heels I bought last week will go perfectly with it. Satisfied I have everything I might need, I text Svetlana to let her know I'm ready. And less than 20 minutes later, she's knocking at our door. Hey, Aunt Jolene. She gives my mom a big smile and grabs a banana from the counter. She's cool as a cucumber, whereas I'm pretty sure I'm visibly sweating through my shirt. She gives me a chill the fuck out look, and she pulls the peel down and takes a big bite. I try like hell to keep calm, but I must be doing a piss-poor job of it, because as soon as she's tossed the peel in the garbage, she says, well, we better get going. I told Val we'd be over there in an hour, and I don't want him worrying. You two have fun. My mom gives us both a hug and kisses our foreheads, telling us she loves us and texts when we get there. I will. Love you too, I tell her, hoping we don't get caught tonight, because I'm not so sure I'll be able to bear the disappointed look my mom will give me if this plan fails. Turning to Svetlana, I sling my bag over my shoulder and follow her out before I lose my nerve. My desire to follow the rules is strong, but my desire to possibly catch another glimpse of Dominic is stronger, and there's no use denying it. As soon as we're in the elevator, Svetlana sighs and leans against the wall. Tell me you packed something slutty to wear. I can't help but laugh when I meet her eyes. I packed the pink sequined dress. There's no need to elaborate. She knows exactly what I'm talking about because she was there when I bought it, whispering in my ear that I had to get it like the little devil of temptation she very often is. Perfect. Her brown eyes gleam with pure mischief when the elevator doors open, and we step into the parking garage. Grigory and Felix are already waiting in the black SUV that's been a staple of my life. I can't remember a time when I didn't have one following me. We give them a wave and then get in Svetlana's car. Are you going to tell me the plan? I finally ask when we're about 20 minutes into the drive. She lets out a soft laugh. No way in hell, we still need to act normal in front of Val and the others. If they get suspicious, we're fucked. I love you, natty girl, but we both know you have a terrible poker face. I laugh at the nickname and shake my head. But I don't bother arguing. We both know she's right. The rest of the drive is spent singing away too loudly and definitely off-key until she turns onto the gravel driveway and the large white farmhouse comes into view. Our Aunt Emily is really into flower gardening, and the tulip beds she planted out front several years ago are in full bloom, making the place look even prettier than usual. Svetlana parks next to her brother's car. It's a gorgeous Jaguar in the prettiest burnt orange color I've ever seen. Sleek and sexy are the two best words to describe it, and he treats it like his baby. Val's always been more on the quiet side compared to the others, but get him started on his car and he'll never shut up. I hear the distant sound of motors revving, and I let out a sigh of relief. If they're riding out, then I won't have to face them for a few hours. Grigory and Felix pull in behind us, and it doesn't escape my notice that they blocked us in with their large vehicle. When I give a worried look to Svetlana, she just gives me a wink like it's no big deal. Apparently whatever she has planned doesn't include her car. The two men follow us inside. They know the drill, so they make themselves at home. They'll sleep in shifts tonight, so one of them is always awake to watch the house and make sure everything is safe. But for now, they each grab a bottle of water and head for the back deck. "We'll be out here if you need us," Felix tells me on his way out. "Okay. I'll let you know when the pizza is ready. Mom stocked up on the sausage and pepperoni ones you guys like so much." He gives me a big smile. "Thanks, Natalya." He pats his flat stomach. "I need to be careful about all the pizza you two feed me. My girlfriend is going to start complaining." I laugh because the man is built like he lives in the gym. I really doubt that. "She puts up with my crazy hours, but I can't ask her to tolerate crazy hours and love handles. She'll be kicking me to the curb so fast it'll make my head spin." "If you want to sneak off and spend the night with her, you can," Svetlana tells him, giving him an innocent, "I'm just trying to be helpful" look. "We won't say a word." He laughs and looks back at Grigory. "Can you imagine what they'd do to me if I left?" Grigory raises a dark brow. "I don't need to imagine it. I've seen it, and so have you. Your girlfriend puts up with a lot, but I'm guessing she probably won't stick around if you come home without a dick." "Jesus," I groan. "They wouldn't do that." When both men hesitate, I add, "Would they?" Instead of an answer, Grigory says, "We'll be on the back deck if you need us." After they leave, I look at Svetlana. "We're keeping our asses inside tonight," I whisper. "Like hell we are," she whispers back. "Our dads apparently cut off dicks when they're angry, Sveta. I don't want Felix and Gregory getting in trouble. It's not fair to them." She can tell I'm freaking out, so she comes to stand in front of me, grabbing my shoulders and forcing me to look at her. "They won't get in trouble, I promise. I've got it all planned out. And even if we do get caught, I'll make sure they know it isn't their fault. I'll take the blame for everything. We'll take the blame," I say. Because no way in hell would I let her fall on the sword all by herself. I may be terrified, but I'm not an ass. We go down together. By the time the guys are racing out of the woods on their dirt bikes, the pizzas are cooling on the counter, and Svetlana and I have already filled our own plates. Grigory and Felix join us, more than happy to eat supper and joke around with us. They feel like part of the family at this point. But we all know the nice, laid-back attitude they show us only extends so far. They have no problem telling us no if we try to do something that could potentially get us hurt or that they feel is unsafe. At the end of the day, they work for and answer to our dads, and none of them take that lightly. When everyone has eaten their weight in pizza and Felix and Gregory go back outside, Val looks over at us. "So, you two want to hang out with us? We're going to be gaming all night." He motions his hand towards his cousin. Max is under the impression that he can beat my high score. I told him it's not going to fucking happen, but you know how stubborn he is. He wiggles his fingers and adds, "He thinks those piano hands of his can beat the superior dexterity of mine." Max looks at him and sighs. Piano hands, really? I'm sure your hands are super dexterous, Val, Lucas says with a laugh. And we all know why. Gross, Svetlana growls, giving them both a disgusted look but still laughing while she does it. I laugh at my family and hook my arm through Svetlana's. We're going to pass on your manly gaming night. Yeah, Svetlana says, pulling me back towards the hall. Besides, we're both on our periods, so we're going to just eat chocolate and watch girly movies. This time, it's the guy's turn to groan while we laugh. Val points a finger at his sister. Just because we're twins doesn't mean I need to know every damn thing. Luca laughs and grabs another Coke from the fridge. Go watch your movies and take your menstruating asses out of here. You know we don't menstruate out our asses, right? Svetlana turns to me. Please tell me they at least know that. I'm laughing too hard to answer while Val groans and Luca looks at us like he has no idea what to do with us. Max fights a grin and leans back in his chair, crossing his arms across his broad chest. I swear my cousins get bigger every time I see them. They're already as tall as our dads, and I'm guessing they're going to pass them by in another couple of months. Luca shakes his head with a laugh and changes course, steering us away from the menstruation topic. We're leaving after lunch if you want to follow us back. Sure thing, cuz. He can't help but smile at the over-the-top sweet way Svetlana says it. His green eyes meet mine. Don't let her corrupt you, Nat. Too late. Svetlana and Val say at the same time before she pulls me out of the room. I can still hear them laughing as we race up the stairs to the last bedroom, the one that's furthest from everyone else and facing the woods on the left. As soon as she shuts the door, she turns to face me. Okay, we've got a couple of hours to kill. And then, it's showtime. Showtime for what? Your car is blocked in, and we have 3 guys and 2 bodyguards to get past. We don't need the car, and we're not going to sneak through the house. My period comment means the guys will be giving us a wide berth, and they're going to be so caught up in their gaming that it won't matter anyway. Gregory and Felix will be staying downstairs like they always do. No one's going to know we're not in here watching movies. How the hell are we going to get out? When her eyes dart to the window, I'm already shaking my head no before the words fall from my lips. No way in hell, Sveta. It's perfectly fine. Her voice is annoyingly calm. Remember those rose trellises Uncle Roman put in for Aunt Emily? No, I quickly say, already thinking of all the bones we could break on the fall down. They're very secure. She says it like she knows all about landscaping and trellis strength and the amount of weight they can handle at any given time. I tell her, my eyes wide with disbelief. Your plan is for us to just shimmy our asses down one of them? She completely ignores my tone and instead gives me a big happy grin. Exactly. And then we're going to take a short walk through the woods, and when we come out onto the highway about half a mile from the house, an Uber will be waiting for us. Jesus Christ. We're going to die tonight. If not from breaking our necks, then from being eaten by a wild animal in the dark woods. We'll be fine. We're taking one of the dirt bike trails. Plus, I brought a flashlight. She says it like the flashlight is the deciding factor in why this plan is foolproof, instead of doomed to miserably fail. Our dads are going to kill us. Her lips lift up in her famous smirk. Only if they catch us. I groan and close my eyes. Oh, they're definitely catching us. She grabs my hand and the bags that she'd already tossed up here at some point and pulls me towards the bathroom. I told you I'm bringing a flashlight, she mutters before shutting me in. Take a shower, she hollers through the door. Get yourself all cleaned up for you-know-who. I can hear her laugh growing softer, knowing she's probably already flopped down on the bed and grabbed the remote. Looking at myself in the mirror, I take a big breath and then get to it. I'm not going to admit that she's right, but she is right. If I do happen to run into Dominic tonight, I want to look and smell amazing. I want to knock him on his ass with one look. 2 hours later, we're both showered and dressed with our hair and makeup looking perfect. The dress is even smaller than I remember it being. I angle myself to the side and peek over my shoulder at the mirror. The thin straps crisscross my bare back, while the dress dips dangerously low. Good God, one wrong move and I'm going to be showing crack. I don't know about this. I mutter. You look amazing, and we're going to have the best night. We'll remember this forever. And you have to admit, it's going to be way more fun than hanging out in this room watching movies all night. She has a point. We've done the movie thing a million times. I'm more than ready to try something different. I look over at her, eyeing the gorgeous red dress she has on. She's wearing matching heels and lipstick, and she looks fucking amazing. Her long hair's a few shades lighter than mine, and she's left it loose so it falls down past her shoulders. This is either going to be the most epic night of our lives, or it's going to be the memory we cringe at every time we think of it. I vote for the epic option. Come on, natty girl. It's time to shimmy our asses down the trellis. I laugh at her enthusiasm and fearless determination. If not for Svetlana, my life would be very boring. She helps me step out of my comfort zone and challenges me to be brave. I love her so goddamn much, and there's no one else I'd rather go down in a blaze of glory with. This might prove to be the biggest mistake we've ever made. But we're making it together. We both sling our tiny purse straps over our heads so they can hang down across our bodies, leaving our hands free right before Svetlana hikes a long leg over the window ledge. She'd already popped the screen out earlier, resting it against the wall beside the window with a note tucked beneath it. To whoever finds this letter, we're safe and fine and we'll be back before dawn. Please, 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 for the love of God, take pity on us and don't mention this to anyone else. Val, if this is you, I know you'd never rat me out, womb buddy. I promise I'll explain everything when we get back. Love you lots. S&N. When I'd read it, I just sighed and put it right back under the window, hoping like hell it didn't come into play. She's right. Val would never rat her out. But pulling the twin card only takes you so far. He'd never do anything that would jeopardize her safety or mine. He may not immediately go down and tell Grigory and Felix, but he would try and find us, and when he did, he'd give us a hell I didn't particularly want to face. Slow and steady, Svetlana says, giving me a wink and starting her descent. With my hands gripping the windowsill, I peek out and watch her, my heart rate picking up with each passing second. I'm not great with heights. In fact, I'm really pretty fucking awful about them. And everything inside me is screaming at me to not do this, but once she reaches the bottom, she gives me a big thumbs up. And before I can question it, I'm throwing a bare leg out the window to join her, fully committing myself to this crazy-ass plan. I refuse to look down, and for the first time in my life, I regret my choice in footwear. Sneakers would have been the wiser choice, but they wouldn't look nearly as cute with this dress. Men will never understand the sacrifices women make. Taking things at a snail's pace, I slowly work my way down, gripping the trellis until my hands ache, thankful that at least Aunt Emily's roses aren't in full bloom yet. This is dangerous enough. I have no desire to throw thorns into the mix. Damn, your dress is short. I make the mistake of looking over my shoulder at Svetlana's whispered words, and when I see how far up I still am, I cling to the trellis even tighter and squeeze my eyes shut. Oh, no, you don't! She shouts at me. You get your mostly bare ass down here right now! We need to hurry, or we'll miss the Uber and all this will be for nothing. I'm not crazy about going down, but I'm really not looking forward to climbing back up and hoisting my ass through the window. I don't even want to think about how we're going to manage that one, so I force my eyes open and hook my foot into the next slat, slowly working my way down again. When my toes hit solid ground, I let out a whimper of pure relief. I don't know how in the hell I'm going to force myself back up there. Svetlana's giving me a huge smile, her eyes wide with adrenaline and excitement. That's a worry for later. She holds up the 2 pairs of rain boots that were sitting on the porch earlier. Here, hurry up and put these on. It'll take us forever if we wear our heels. I'm completely in the following orders phase of the evening, so without a second thought, I tug off my heels and slip my feet into the rain boots that are way too big for me. Hooking my fingers through the straps of my heels, I look up at my partner in crime and give her a nod. Perfect. Once we're further away, I'll turn on the flashlight, but the moon's full, so we should be okay. We just need to get far enough from the house. If we trip the security lights, Grigory and Felix will definitely come out to investigate. Just the thought of them catching us right now makes me feel queasy. But I also wouldn't be at all surprised if Svetlana could come up with a killer excuse on the spot. I'm guessing it would have something to do with moon phases, and her need to express thanks to the divine feminine, which would account for our sparkly dresses. Biting back a laugh, because the longer this goes on, the giddier I start to feel. We race to the woods, giving the house a wide berth before hitting one of the dirt bike trails. As soon as we can't see the house, Svetlana flicks on the light, leading us further down the path. I'm always surprised by how loud it is in the woods at night. I've gotten so used to city noises that I barely register them. But as many times as we've been out here, it never fails to surprise me how damn loud bugs can be. "We're going straight to hell for this," I whisper, making her laugh. "If there's a hell, I'm pretty sure everyone in the Melnikov family is headed that way, so at least you'll be with family." I wrap my arms through hers and laugh. Very true. She checks her phone and then picks up the pace, taking me with her, and I nearly trip over my heavy rain boots. "Come on, Nat, the driver's almost there." How does he even know where to stop? I told him to park on the side of the road by the mile marker sign. I'm planning on giving him a very nice tip for his trouble. He's gonna need one, I tell her. After we've walked for several more minutes, she points the flashlight at the trees on our right. Happy with what she sees, she moves us off the path and through a denser part of the woods. I'm just about to ask her if we're lost when we step out near the paved road. Giving a satisfied hum when she sees the car parked on the side of the road about 30 feet from us, she gives him a wave, and then uses me for balance while she steps out of her rain boots and slips her heels back on. I do the same, and then we stash our boots and flashlight behind one of the larger trees and make our way to the waiting car like it's the most natural thing in the world. The driver looks like he's only a few years older than us, and when Svetlana opens the back door and we slip inside, he gives us both a wide-eyed, confused look. "Do you two always hang out in the middle of the woods at night?" Svetlana gives an easy laugh. "We just came from my boyfriend's house. His driveway is kind of hard to see at night, so we thought it'd be easier to just meet you here." She points back behind us. "It comes out over there, but it's hidden from view at this angle." Content with her answer, he only nods and puts the car in drive, easing back onto the deserted road. "Okay. Well, we've got about an hour of driving, but I'll get you there as soon as I can." I switch to Russian and ask her, "Did you tell him where we're going?" "No, I gave him the address to a restaurant that's close by. It'll be easy for us to walk there, and the less people who know where we're going, the better." She reaches over and squeezes my hand. "Relax, the hard part is over." "The hard part is over?" She laughs at my expression. "Yes, we're out, and look around." She does a dramatic turn of her head, looking out the back window. "No bodyguards, we're completely on our own." "Yeah, that's what worries me." She nudges my arm with her elbow. "Just think about Dominic. I bet he'll be there tonight." "He can't see us, Sveta. He'll tell our dads." "We'll watch him from a distance," she assures me. "He'll never be expecting us there, especially not dressed like this." She's not wrong. He definitely won't be expecting us to just show up at his club, and the chances are pretty high that he won't even be there tonight. I'm surprised by how badly I'm hoping he is. I want to see him again, even if it is from across the room. The drive feels impossibly long, and by the time our driver pulls up to the curb of the restaurant, I'm tapping out a crazy rhythm with my foot and trying like hell to not sweat through my dress. Svetlana pays the enormous fee and slips him a large tip. "Damn, thanks." He smiles and pockets the money. "You need me to wait around to drive you back?" "No, that's okay. We're not sure how long it'll be. Thanks, though." He's obviously wishing he could get another tip, but he just smiles and says, "Maybe I'll get lucky and catch you two again." Svetlana returns his smile. "Maybe." I give him a quick smile and then follow her out of the car. He waves before driving away, leaving us on a crowded sidewalk in the middle of a city that we've never once been on our own in. It's thrilling and scary, and my heart races as I follow her towards the large club at the end of the block. La Dolce Vita is written across a sign on the front of the building in a tasteful red script, and everything about this place screams high-end. This isn't the type of club that lets just anyone in. And that's when it dawns on me that we have no way of actually getting through the front door that's manned by 2 very muscular bouncers. We're underage and without fake IDs, or a hope in hell. I meet Svetlana's honey brown eyes. Please tell me you have a plan. Of course I do. She hooks her fingers around my arm and leads me past the long line and around the side of the building. Kind of, she adds right before we step into a creepy as fuck alley that runs along the back of the club. I'm starting to seriously question whether or not we're going to survive this night. Of course we will, she quickly says, and then lets out a relieved sigh when she sees a man up ahead. He's smoking a cigarette while leaning against the brick wall. The light above him is only bright enough to let us know he's there, but it isn't until we walk closer that we get a good look at his face. He's wearing a suit, and when he sees us, his thin lips spread into a smile that has the hairs on the back of my neck rising. Fucking hell, I whisper in Russian just loud enough for Svetlana to hear. She squeezes my hand and gives the guy a smile, although, unlike his, hers is more friendly than sexual. Hi, she tells him. He gives a soft laugh and takes another drag of his cigarette. Are you two lost? Didn't your daddies ever teach you to not walk down dark alleys at night? His eyes run over us again. Especially when wearing so little. It's kind of a funny story, Svetlana says, and I know her well enough to know she's trying like hell to sound calm. She may be the bravest person I know, but even this is a little much for her. We forgot our IDs at home, and we were hoping maybe you could sneak us in through the back. He raises a dark brow at her while the corner of his mouth lifts in a wicked grin. And why would I do that? What do I get out of it? Oh my God, I whisper. And Svetlana squeezes my hand so tightly I have to grit my teeth to keep from gasping. Money, of course. Svetlana holds up several hundreds. Our daddies did teach us to not blow some random dude in an alley just to get access to a nightclub. He lets out another soft laugh at her audacity. But I see no reason why you can't make a lot of extra money tonight, and all you have to do is look the other way while we walk in. We won't even make you hold the door for us. He takes another slow pull of his cigarette, blowing out the smoke in a long, steady stream while he thinks the offer over. After what feels like an eternity, he grins and holds out his hand. She puts the money in it, and he makes a point of looking in the other direction. Svetlana shoots me a triumphant smile as she opens the door, pulling me in with her before he can change his mind. Loud, thumping music hits me full force when the door shuts, leaving us in a dark hallway. We keep walking, following the music until the hallway opens up, revealing a packed dance floor that's filled with pulsating bodies, each of them swaying to the beat of the music. It looks wild and untamed. Everything I've never gotten to experience, and my feet start walking towards the mass of bodies before my brain can even catch up. Svetlana lets out a whoop of pure joy right by my side every step of the way. This still might end badly, but for now, we're free, and I intend to enjoy every damn second of it. With my head thrown back, I move to the beat of the music, losing myself in the crowd, and the darkness of the club, and the freedom of complete anonymity.
Chapter 5. Dominic. I scrub a hand over my face, more than ready to get out of the club and go home for the night. I'd come in to check on some things, and what was supposed to be an hour ended up lasting 3. Even with the thick door of my office shut, the annoying rhythmic thud of the music isn't muffled nearly enough. Shutting my laptop, I stand and roll out the kinks in my neck before slipping my suit jacket back on. I'm not looking forward to walking through the crowd out front, but I need a shot of whiskey on my way out more than I need to avoid the interaction. I don't make it far before a young woman starts to saunter over to me. I ignore her and raise a hand to the bartender on duty. Ricky takes one look at me and immediately reaches for the bottle of scotch he keeps below the counter, the one that's worth more than all the other bottles on display put together, the one that only I'm allowed to drink. He fills it and places it in front of me, And when he's sure I don't need anything else, he goes back to the other customers.
Hey.
I look down, annoyed that the woman hasn't taken the hint and given up yet. I ignore her and take a sip of the whiskey, letting it sit on my tongue before I swallow.
I said hey,
she says again, threatening to ruin the one goddamn thing I've been looking forward to all night. I heard you, I tell her, taking another small sip that I desperately try to savor, but she insists on opening her mouth again.
You want to dance?
I look down at her again. Her blonde hair is pulled up into a high ponytail. The dress she's wearing is skin-tight and hugging her curves, and the hungry look in her blue eyes makes it obvious I can fuck her if I want. The only problem is, I don't want to. The blue of her eyes reminds me of someone else, and fuck does it piss me off. Since I saw Natalya a week ago, I can't get her out of my goddamn head. And I can't seem to muster up enough interest in anyone else to try to fuck her from my mind. No, I tell her, making it clear with my tone that there's no talking me into it. Irritated, I down the rest of my whiskey, not even attempting to enjoy the damn thing. I'm just about to leave when my eyes run over the dance floor, landing on the principessa herself. Convinced my mind is playing tricks on me, I keep watching her, knowing it can't really be her. There's no way in hell her family would let her come here, and there's no way in hell she'd be so fucking stupid as to come to a nightclub dressed in the tiny dress this woman is wearing. But then, she turns her body, and I get a good look at her face and the woman dancing beside her. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I growl in Italian before making my way to the mass of bodies. I'm almost to her when I see a man's hand land on her stomach, gripping her like she belongs to him, and all I see is red. I see the shocked look she gives, the way her beautiful eyes widen first in shock and then in anger. She tries to brush him off her, but he just moves his hand to her hip, tightening his fingers even harder and pinning her smaller body to his. I'm 2 seconds away from killing the fucker when Natalya surprises the hell out of me by elbowing him in the gut. And when he leans down to take in a breath, she punches him in the nose, breaking it easily. She steps back so she doesn't get blood on her dress, and when she turns back around, face lit up in a triumphant smile, the last thing she's expecting to see is me. Principessa. Her mouth falls open, and this time when her eyes widen, it's all from fear. My cock, the same one that couldn't be bothered minutes earlier when the young blonde was offering herself up, suddenly decides that now is the time to wake up. Dominic. My name is a breathy pant on her full lips, and I'm just about to answer her when the jackass she punched starts walking over. I quickly stepped between them, putting Natalya behind me. The man holds his hand up to his bloody nose and points behind me. She fucking hit me! I lean closer, filling the space with my body. I can tell he's rethinking his decision to come to me for help. When I'm sure I have his full attention, I say, "And I will fucking kill you if you ever put your hands on her again. Now get the fuck out of my club and don't come back." As soon as he runs off, I grab Natalya's wrist and point a finger at Svetlana. "Follow me, right fucking now." She nods, looking just as scared as Natalya, and follows me as I lead them back to my office. I squeeze her wrist a little tighter, feeling the rapid beat of her pulse against my skin, and it does something to me. I know she's not going to run off, but I don't let go of her. My long fingers wrap so easily around her slender wrist, and the last thing I want to do is separate myself from her, so I don't. Not even after we're in my office and I've slammed the door shut behind us. I position my body in front of Natalya and lift the wrist I'm holding, inspecting her hand to make sure it's okay. The pad of my thumb drags along her knuckles, and she lets out a soft gasp, but it's not from pain. Her hand looks fine. When our eyes meet, she says, "Just because I like girly things doesn't mean I don't know how to throw a punch. I might not love it as much as Mia, but there was no way in hell my dad wasn't going to teach me how to defend myself." "Yes, he'll be thrilled to know you punched a guy in my dance floor tonight."
"You can't tell him,"
she quickly says, reaching up with her other hand to grab my forearm like she had when she'd begged me to sneak her into my club.
"They'll kill us,"
Svetlana adds. I look at the two of them, running my eyes over the tiny dresses they're wearing, nearly groaning when I think about Natalya out there dancing in those pink heels and this non-existent scrap of fabric. "Do you have any idea how badly tonight could have gone?" I let out a frustrated groan. How the fuck did you even get in here?" When her light blue eyes meet mine, she licks that top, full lip of hers and then clamps her mouth shut. I lean down, invading her space while she keeps a death grip on my arm, and I feel her pulse speed up even more beneath my fingers. "You better start talking, principessa, or I'm going to start dialing." My watch as emotions run across her beautiful face. Fear, uncertainty, a quick flash of anger, and then a good bit of desire when I bring my face even closer. My thumb lightly grazes over her inner wrist. "Silence is not an option. If you make me waste my time by going through all the security footage, I'm going to be even more pissed off than I am right now. How did you get into my club?"
"We paid a guy to let us in the back door."
Her whispered confession isn't at all what I'm expecting. I thought for sure she was going to say they used fake IDs, not that they snuck into a dark and deserted alley and paid off one of my men. "Who was it?" My words are low and rough, and she winces at the barely concealed rage behind them.
"I don't know his name. He was smoking."
Fuck, it has to be Angelo. He's the only one who uses the back alley for smoke breaks and who's stupid enough to take a fucking bribe. All the other guys have been with me long enough to know what I do to them, but Angelo has only been working for my family for a few months. "Don't move," I tell Natalya before leaving my office. I walk back out to the main area of the club, scanning the crowd until I find Dario leaning against the wall in one of the back corners. He appears relaxed, but I know he's taking in every detail around him. My cousins are already fitting in nicely in America, and bringing them here full-time is a decision I won't be regretting anytime soon. "What's wrong?" he immediately asks me when I walk over to him. "Grab Angelo and hold him for me." Dario sighs, knowing this isn't going to end well for our newest member. What did he do? I usually wouldn't tolerate questions, but Dario's family, and that affords him certain privileges. He let Natalya and Svetlana Melnikov bribe their way in through the back door. What a fucking idiot, he mutters before nodding his head, already walking past me to go and grab him. Not a word to anyone, I tell him. Of course. Pushing Angelo from my mind, I walk back into my office to face the problem that I hadn't planned on or wanted. Scrubbing a hand over the 2-day-old stubble that covers my face, I sit on the edge of my desk, resting my hands on the dark wood on either side of me while I try to figure out what the fuck to do. When the silence is too much for them, Svetlana says,
"We promise we'll never try anything like this again. Just let us go, and no one will ever have to know about tonight."
I look over at her and let out a harsh laugh. One of my men took a bribe and snuck you in. Do you really think I'm going to just let that slide?
Well, can't you handle him without telling our dads?
Natalya's soft voice has me darting my eyes to her.
I'm sure he won't make the same mistake again.
Their family might run the most notorious Bratva in America, but it's painfully obvious that they aren't privy to all the horrific details of what they do. They may have an idea of the violence that goes on, but that's all they have. Just a vague idea that's nowhere close to the truth of how gruesome and unforgiving this line of work can be. My eyes stay locked on hers when I say, "No, he will not." She pales a bit, finally realizing that their little stunt is going to have consequences that neither one of them ever dreamed of.
Can we please just go?
Her whispered plea shouldn't affect me like it does. She looks so fucking small in her tiny dress and the heels that still only barely bring the top of her head to my shoulders. And all my instincts are telling me to pick her up and never fucking let her go. I grip the edge of the desk tighter, refusing to give in to such an asinine urge.
Please?
She begs again, and if she had any idea how much I liked hearing that word on her tongue, she'd never utter it in front of me again. I don't appreciate the position you're putting me in.
I know, and I'm so sorry, Dominic, but I swear we'll never do anything like this again. We've learned our lesson, and we just want to go home and forget this ever happened.
How the hell did you sneak out? Her eyes dart quickly to Svetlana before she says,
We're staying at the farmhouse tonight. Val, Luca, and Max are there, and we told them we were just going to hang out and watch movies in our room. Felix and Gregory are there too.
And you just walked past them? I ask, disbelief lacing every word.
Not exactly.
When she doesn't elaborate, all I have to do is raise a brow at her and she starts talking.
We snuck out the window and climbed on the trellis, then we snuck through the woods. We had an Uber waiting for us on the side of the road.
I close my eyes and groan. Jesus Christ. As I think about all the millions of things that could have gone wrong with their plan. Before I can talk myself out of it, I stand back up and look down at her. I'm taking you back, and I swear to God, Natalya, if you ever try anything this stupid again, I will march your ass to your dad so fast it'll make your damn head spin. I look over at Svetlana in case she thinks I've forgotten her part in this. That goes for you too. They both quickly nod their heads, willing to agree to any damn thing I say, as long as it keeps their dads from knowing what they've done tonight. Before we leave my office, I reach down and grab Natalya's wrist again, keeping her close to me while she reaches her other hand out for Svetlana, so we're forming what has to be the world's most fucked up line. I'm hard as a goddamn rock for the 18-year-old standing next to me, while she's clutching her cousin and scared to death. Something is truly fucked in my head, but I don't have the time to analyze it right now. I'm too busy trying to figure out how to sneak their asses back before anyone notices and all hell breaks loose. Her heart pulses against my fingers, rabbit fast and sexy as fuck, while I lead her back through the club. Men stare at her because it's impossible not to, and my grip tightens on her when I see the way they slowly drag their eyes up and down her body. When one man's mouth lifts up in a predatory grin, I move my arm so it's wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her flush against me while I give him a look that has him quickly turning away. Aside from two flimsy straps that crisscross along her back, her skin is almost completely bare and so fucking soft. The urge to run my fingers lightly down her spine and trail a line along her lower back before cupping one round ass cheek in my palm is strong. It's all I can think about as we weave our way through the crowd. When we're close to the front, the two bouncers on duty see me and immediately step aside. I ignore the curious looks, knowing I need to get their asses out of here before anyone recognizes them. The Bratva doesn't normally come into our side of the city, but it's not unheard of, and I'd rather not take the risk of someone spotting them.
Damn,
Svetlana whispers when I stop in front of my Lamborghini and open the passenger door for them.
those scissor doors are so cool. It might have been worth sneaking out if we get to take a drive in this.
Sveta, I warn. She gives a soft laugh.
Too soon for jokes?
Way too soon. I eye the two of them. There's no back seat, but I'm sure you can figure something out. Svetlana nudges Natalya, letting her know she should go first. I release the tight grip I still have on her, letting my fingers drag down her shoulder before stepping back and walking around to the driver's side. There are few things that I allow myself to love in this world, but my car is one of them. It had cost a small fortune to get a manual transmission Lamborghini, but my God, it was worth every damn penny. Sinking into the buttery soft, leathery seat, I look over at my two passengers and shake my head. They're so scrunched up they can barely fit in the seat. Without thinking, I grab onto Natalya's slender waist and scoot her closer so she's sitting on the console. An improvised middle seat that would piss me off if she were doing it in any other car. But I know she's safe with me. Doubting her ability to keep herself safe after the stunt she pulled tonight, I feel the need to say, "Don't ever sit like this in anyone else's car. You need a seatbelt."
I won't,
she whispers, keeping her thighs closed while trying to remain as small as possible. Her bare leg is right by the gear shift, and I know this is going to be the longest damn drive of my life. Starting the car, the purr of the engine momentarily puts me in a good mood, but as soon as I shift into first and my hand brushes against her thigh, that good mood starts to sour. The harder my cock gets, the more irritated I become. We haven't even been in the car 5 minutes when Svetlana asks,
"Can we listen to music?"
"No."
"It's a long drive,"
she reminds me. "And it would be even longer if I had to listen to your shit music the whole damn way."
"Hey, you don't know my music is shit,"
she argues. "Did you like the music at the club?" Her answer comes fast.
"Of course."
"Exactly," I tell her, still feeling the headache throbbing at the base of my skull from being forced to listen to that upbeat, poppy shit for several hours. "No way in hell am I going to drive both your asses out into the middle of nowhere while listening to anything even remotely close to what plays in that club."
"You need to get with the times,"
she says, making me let out a harsh laugh. "I'll get with the times when your generation starts making music that actually sounds good." Natalya wiggles into a more comfortable position on the console, and when I shift again, my hand brushes even further up her thigh. I hear the soft gasp she gives, and for some insane reason, my instinct is to brush a finger along the back of her knee to let her know it's okay. We're away from the lights of the city now, and the movement was covered in darkness, but the memory of how soft her skin had felt is all I can think about. I force my hand back to the steering wheel before I do something really stupid like slide it between her thighs. Svetlana only manages 12 minutes of silence before she starts talking again. 10 minutes longer than I thought she'd be able to pull off.
"So you're here to stay then? You're not going back to Italy?"
"I like it here," I tell her, not elaborating.
"Why haven't you ever gotten married?"
"Sveta," Natalya whispers and then tells her something in Russian. They have a conversation that I'm not privy to, but it must not do much good, because as soon as Natalya stops speaking, Svetlana switches to English and asks the question again. "I have no desire to get married," I tell her.
"Don't you want kids?"
I let out a harsh laugh. The idea of getting a woman pregnant has always been one of my top 3 worst fears. Number 1, my dick stops working, and number 2, going blind. Being tied to a woman because I knocked her up and then having to care for and support the baby has always come in solidly at number 3. Before I can answer her question, a very vivid image of me thrusting into Natalya and burying myself deep as her small body clings to mine while her pussy clenches me tightly, pulling the cum from my body, flashes through my mind. What the ever-loving fuck was that? I'm so stunned by the fantasy that it takes me a second to realize Svetlana's talking again. So you're just going to be alone for the rest of your life? Don't you have a girlfriend or something? Just ignore her, Natalya says. She's never understood personal boundaries. Oh, I understand them. I'm just too nosy to care. I give a small smile at her honesty and answer her questions. No kids, no girlfriend, I tell her. Daring a quick look at Natalya, I see the corner of her mouth lift up the tiniest bit like she's trying hard to fight this show of emotion. The next few minutes are quiet until Svetlana points a finger up ahead. It's up here next to the mile marker sign. When I slow down and shift again, I swear Natalya presses her thigh just a little bit harder against my hand, making sure the contact between our bodies lasts as long as possible. Pulling along the side of the road, I look over at the dark woods and shake my head. I can't believe you two did this. Svetlana huffs out a breath. Is it really all that surprising? We have zero freedom and bodyguards watching us every second of every day. It was bound to happen sooner or later. You should be thrilled this is all we got up to tonight. I turn my head looking over at her. Do you think maybe those rules are in place for a reason? The guys are given way more freedom than we are, she argues. There's a reason for that, Svetlana. You know this. I know they don't know all the details of what happened to their aunt, but they know enough. You know what your family does for a living, and that puts a target on all your backs. There have been a few attacks lately, so you might want to get used to the bodyguards. I have a feeling they're going to be tightening things up even more. Great, she mutters while Natalya turns her face to mine and asks, what kind of attacks? I brush my thumb along her skin in the lightest of touches and say, nothing for you to worry about. Come on, it's time to sneak you two back in. Stepping out of the car, I take off my suit jacket and toss it on the now empty passenger seat before shutting the door and looking at the line of trees in front of me. Traipsing through the dark woods isn't at all what I planned on doing tonight, but life is rarely what you think it's going to be. Which way? Svetlana turns her head, eyeing the woods in front of us, and I don't like the confused look she's wearing. She points to the right and gives a determined nod of her head. There. That's where I hid our boots and flashlight. She leads the way with Natalya behind her, and I take the rear. The full moon helps, but it's still dark without anything else to help illuminate the way. When we reach the trees, Svetlana walks around, searching for her hidden stash, and after several minutes of listening to her thrash around and mutter in Russian, I let out a heavy sigh. Can't find it. I left it right here, she insists, pointing at the tree she's been circling like a crazed person. I push a button on my watch, illuminating the time. It's after 1, and I can't spend all goddamn night standing here. I need to get back and deal with Angelo, and I'd like to at least get a few hours of sleep. We don't have time to waste looking for it. Can you find the trail from here? Yeah, I think so. It should be straight ahead. It's going to be a real bitch in heels, though, she growls. Maybe it'll help teach you a lesson. I look down at Natalya, who's still standing next to me. She's been quiet this whole time, and when she takes a few steps forward and nearly trips on a stick, I reach out to steady her. With my hand securely on her hip and the other one gripping her arm, she looks up at me and sucks in another quick breath. Thanks. she whispers. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll just put all my weight on my toes. I'll be fine.
I wait until I'm sure she's steady before slowly letting go of her. Svetlana is several feet ahead of us, and when she turns back, she says, "Found it," and lets out a relieved sigh. I stay close to Natalya, making sure she doesn't trip again, until we're all three standing on the dirt bike path.
Fuck this,
Svetlana says, pulling her heels off and placing her bare feet on the packed dirt. She looks back at Natalya.
Just take them off. It's so much easier.
Natalya looks down at her pink heels and matching painted toes and hesitates.
I'll be fine,
she insists, and I know she'd rather walk on broken glass than put her bare feet in the dirt. A smile tugs at my mouth, but I refuse to give it free rein. Svetlana lets out a soft laugh and starts walking.
You're so going to regret that tomorrow when your feet are covered in blisters. Better blisters than hookworms,
she responds, making me laugh.
Oh my God.
Svetlana groans like they've had this conversation many times.
That's insanely rare around here.
She looks back at me.
We watched a documentary about parasites one night for reasons I can't explain, and it seriously screwed with her mind. They were huge, Natalya tells me, and you could see them through the bottoms of their feet.
After about 20 steps where she almost falls 3 more times, I sigh and scoop her up into my arms bridal style. She lets out a surprised gasp and flings her arms around my neck.
What are you doing?
She shouts at me. Her mouth is dangerously close to mine when I say, "It's going to take you hours to reach the house at the rate they're going. This is easier." I don't add that the idea of her small feet covered in blisters tomorrow doesn't sit well with me. "Just relax, principessa, and let me carry you." She nods, and once I start walking, she slowly begins to relax in my arms, eventually leaning her head against my shoulder.
I'm really sorry about tonight,
she whispers so only I can hear.
It didn't go at all like I thought it would.
How did you think it would go? I feel her shoulders give a small shrug.
I thought we'd get to see her club, dance, and have a bit of fun, and then sneak back home and never do it again.
You don't think you would have ever tried to do it again? She gives a faint laugh, and I feel the heat of it against my neck.
No, I about had a heart attack climbing out of that window. I barely made it down the trellis. I'm not so sure I'm cut out for the dangerous life.
It's my turn to give a soft laugh at her confession. I squeeze her tighter against me for just a second and say, "Good." Her body molds to mine, fitting perfectly against me, and when I see the opening in the woods up ahead, I'm more annoyed than anything. I'm not ready to put her down yet. At the edge of the yard, I stand by Svetlana, scanning the property and trying to see any signs of anyone or any indication that something is off. Everything is quiet, though, and I know it would be buzzing with activity if anyone had realized these two were missing. We sneak our way to the side of the house, and when I see the trellis in front of me, I instinctively pull her tighter against me again. I do not like the idea of her climbing back up there. She could have broken her goddamn neck if she'd fallen. "Do you have your phone on you?" She lifts her head and looks at me.
Yeah? Why?
"Take it out and put my number in it." Reaching down, she grabs the small purse that's resting in her lap and digs her phone out, adding me to her contacts when I give her my number. "Text me so I have your number, and then text me again when you're inside so I know everything's okay."
Okay,
she whispers, sending me a quick text before putting her phone away again. My eyes run over her lips, noticing again that the top one is slightly bigger, and all I can think about is how badly I want to close the distance and suck on it. I'm grateful for the dark, because I've been rock hard since we left the club, and this painful erection won't be going away anytime soon.
I'll go first,
Svetlana says, breaking the spell of Natalya's full, sexy lips.
Thanks for everything tonight, Dominic. I promise we won't do this again.
You better not, I warn her. This is a one-time thing. I'll be calling your dads next time. She gives me another one of her dad's cocky grins before hiking a foot up onto the trellis. She climbs it with surprising ease, and I make sure to look away because I have no desire to see up her short dress. Only once she scurried into the window and whispered down, "I'm in," does it occur to me that there's no reason for me to keep holding Natalya. Svetlana's head disappears inside, but I still keep a tight grip on the young woman in my arms. I look up at the second-story window and shake my head. I don't want you climbing that.
I can't walk in the front door,
she reminds me.
I'll be fine. If I made it down, I can make it back up.
Barely, I remind her, meeting her eyes again. You said you barely made it down.
I'll be fine, she whispers. Promise me you'll never do anything this dangerous again.
She keeps her eyes locked on mine and whispers,
I promise, I won't.
Good girl, I tell her, the words falling out of my mouth before I can stop them. Her lips part, and not even the darkness around us can hide the blush that spreads across her cheeks. I lower her to the ground, but before I can stand back up, she surprises me by leaning closer and kissing my cheek while wrapping her arms around me for a hug.
Thank you,
she whispers against the shell of my ear, and I barely have enough brain cells working to remember to angle my hips so she won't feel my hard dick. My hand splays out along her back, and I pull her closer, breathing in the sweet scent of her before kissing her cheek and letting her go. Standing back up to my full height, I lick my lips, desperate for the taste of her, and using all the self-control I have, and then some, to resist pulling her back into my arms. This is ridiculous. I shouldn't want her, and I can't have her, so I should be marching my ass out of here and putting all this behind me. But instead, my feet are glued to the spot I'm standing in, and I'm nervous as hell at the thought of her scaling this damn trellis. Gripping the flimsy-ass wood, she steps a heeled foot onto one of the slats and slowly starts to make her way up. She's barely made it 3 feet when her foot misses the next opening and she slips down. I quickly grab her, groaning at the feel of her round ass pressing against my dick. She sucks in a quick breath, feeling the hard length of me digging into her ass. Easy, principessa, I whisper, digging my fingers into her hip to help steady her. She tries to get a better grip and ends up wiggling her ass, pulling a groan from me that can only be described as feral. Jesus Christ, Natalya. Get your sweet ass up this goddamn trellis right fucking now, I grit out, knowing I'm at the end of my rope. She needs to get away from me, or I'm going to cross a line that neither one of us will ever be able to come back from. She lets out a soft whimper as I give her hip one last squeeze, and then push her further up the trellis, forcing distance between us. I can feel her body softly shaking, but she grips the wood tightly and slowly starts to make her way back up. Instead of looking away this time, I keep my eyes glued to the tiny dress that's crept up even higher, exposing more of her perfect thighs and the barest hint of her ass. Jesus, I'm going straight to hell. I don't start breathing again until she's crawled safely into the window, her beautiful body no longer illuminated by the moonlight. She peeks her head back out to give me a cute smile and wave. Thank you, she whispers again. I give a small wave in return. Good night, principessa. I wait until she's put the screen back in place and then turn to leave. The walk back to the car isn't nearly as much fun without her small body in my arms. And by the time I'm in my car and racing back to the city, I'm dangerously pissed off and more than ready for this night to be done. The club is still packed when I pull into my reserved spot. Feeling a twinge of déjà vu, I bypass the long line of people who are waiting to get in and nod to the same bouncers on duty. I make my way into the club and towards the hallway that's off limits to everyone except me and my top men. The door at the end of the hall is guarded and locked, and as soon as Marco sees me, he hurries to unlock it, opening it wide for me to step through. The basement is my favorite thing about this club. It used to be a large wine cellar, but after I bought the place, I outfitted it for something that would be way more useful to me. The first part of the room is still a wine cellar, so if anyone does manage to sneak their way down here, they won't see anything incriminating, just several rows of very expensive bottles of wine. But a second door is hidden behind one of the shelves, and when I move it aside and unlock the door, I find Angelo tied to a chair with a gag in his mouth. Dario and Alessandro sit in two other chairs on the opposite side of the room, long legs outstretched and bored looks on their faces. Angelo immediately starts letting out muffled screams and incoherent words that I don't give a shit about hearing. The gag is only on him to save my cousins the annoyance of having to listen to him. The entire room is soundproofed, and even if it wasn't, no one would hear his screams above the pounding music in the club. That took a while, Dario says in the same bored, monotone voice he always uses. I effortlessly slip back into my native language to answer him. It was a long drive, but they're back safe. A hint of irritation claws at the back of my mind, because Natalya never did text me like I'd asked her to. Looking back over at Angelo, I asked him, "Did he say anything?" "Only that he had no idea what was going on, and he swore on his mother's life that he didn't do anything wrong." Alessandro lets out a soft laugh and points a finger at Angelo, who understands every word we're saying. "Lucky for you, we're not going to take that promise seriously, or we'd be paying a visit to your poor mother." Angelo's face pales at that. His eyes dart to mine, desperately trying to convey something to me. I walk over and tug his gag down so he can speak. "I swear I didn't do anything, Mr. Alessi." His words come out in a desperate, fast rush. "But you did," I tell him, squatting down so he can see me better. "You took a bribe and let 2 women into my club earlier. You remember that?" I can tell by the shocked expression on his face that he does. "But it was just a couple of girls. I swear I didn't touch them." "If you had, I would be giving you a slow death right now." His face pales even more at that. "Those 2 girls are the daughters of Vitaly and Lev Melnikov." "Fuck," he breathes out in a shaky whisper. "I swear I didn't know. I never would have let them in if I'd known." I stand up and grab the gun from the shoulder holster I'm wearing and flip the safety off. "Seriously, I'm getting shot for that." Angelo's gone from scared shitless to pissed in record time. I point the gun at him and think about all the things that could have happened to Natalya tonight because he let her into the club. It's bad enough she was pawed at on the dance floor, and if she hadn't punched him and I hadn't been there, who the fuck knows what could have happened. "I'm shooting you because you disobeyed an order. You're not allowed to sneak underage girls into the fucking club." I take a step closer. "But I'm killing you because you put their life in danger." Not giving him a chance to respond, I aim the gun between his terrified eyes and pull the trigger. It's a fast death, over in seconds with nothing but blood and brain matter to speak of the violence that just took place. Well, that and the body at my feet with a giant hole in his head. "Get someone down here to clean this shit up." Dario and Alessandro watch me put my gun away, neither one even slightly upset by what just happened. The three of us have been around this since birth. We were born into it, covered in sin from the moment we took our first breaths. Before I walk out, I add, not a word of this to anyone. Natalya and Svetlana were never here. Angelo fucked up and I dealt with it. End of story. I don't wait for the compliance that I already know I have. I trust them, and I trust very few people. Irritated for reasons that I don't want to think about, I storm back to my car, ready to be done with this fucking night. As soon as I'm behind the wheel again, the faint floral scent of her perfume fills my lungs, still lingering in my car and reminding me, despite everything, of how badly I want her. Frustrated and more than a little pissed off, I grab my phone. No new texts, just the quick smiley face she'd sent me so I'd have her number. I'm a patient man. I've had to learn to be in this business, but all that willpower dissolves with her. Unable to resist, I send her a message.
Chapter 6. Natalya. I'm still wide awake and staring at the ceiling when I hear my phone vibrate on the nightstand next to me. My heart gives a fast jump when I see Dominic's name. You never texted me like I asked you to, principessa. I don't know how he does it, but I can feel the irritation coming off the words and hear the accented disappointment. My fingers are already flying across the screen, unable to ignore him. Sorry? I figured since you saw me climb in the window that you knew we were okay. His response is immediate. I wouldn't have asked you if I didn't want you to do it. Is everything okay? My heart races as I type out a response. I can't explain my reaction to Dominic, but it's all consuming. Yeah, everything's fine. Svetlana is already asleep. No one knows we left. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't tell him the truth. That I'm not sleeping because I'm too busy thinking about how good it had felt to be held in his arms. Or that I can't stop remembering the hardness I'd felt pressing against my ass. Or that every time I try to close my eyes, I hear his accented voice in my ear whispering my name. I settle on nerves. My mind is still racing from everything that happened. After several seconds, I start to worry that he's not going to answer. But then his text comes through. I'm glad I was there tonight. I don't like thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't been. A few seconds later, I get 2 texts, one right after the other. Try and get some sleep, Natalya. Call me if you ever need anything. And the final one has me sucking in a quick breath. Sweet dreams, principessa. I reread his text several times before typing out a simple, night, Dominic. I wait to make sure he isn't going to send anything else, and then, because I can't help it, I pull up the photo I'd sent myself from my dad's phone last week at the supper. The photo of Dominic holding me as a baby fills my screen. He looks younger in the photo, but he hasn't aged that much, and I swear he looks even sexier now than he did then. I'm just a baby in the photo, but it's obvious I was just as enamored with him then as I am now. I keep staring at the 2 of us, until I finally force myself to set my phone aside, before I end up texting him again and making a fool of myself. My mind refuses to stop racing as I replay everything that happened tonight over and over again. My hand stings a little bit from punching that asshole, but it's nothing compared to the throbbing ache that's going on between my thighs. When I close my eyes, I can still feel his hands on me. The way his finger had brushed along the inside of my knee, the deep masculine groan he'd given when my ass had pressed against him. I'm lost to the memory, and it takes hours for me to fall asleep. The next 2 weeks pass by in a stressful blur that's a mix of nervously waiting to get caught for what happened and wishing like hell Dominic would text me again, but he doesn't. And I haven't seen or heard from him in 14 days. It bothers me way more than it should. He's more than twice my age, the don of a powerful mafia, and the sexiest man I've ever seen. I spent more than one sleepless night imagining him with another woman in his arms and in his bed, and it's slowly driving me crazy. Knowing I need to get out of the house, I grab my bag and head for the kitchen. Mom and Dad are out on one of their date nights, which always involves a ride on Dad's motorcycle, and them coming back super late with huge smiles on their faces, looking like a couple of guilty teenagers. Sasha ordered a bunch of Chinese food earlier, but I'm not in the mood. I've got a craving for lasagna, and I blame it on the smoldering hot Italian that I can't get out of my head. Hey, I'm going to run out and get something to eat. You guys want anything? Sasha and Mia look up from their huge cartons of food. Sasha's already put a big dent in the sweet and sour chicken, and Mia looks determined to finish off the crab rangoon before Sasha remembers they're there. We have food, he says, waving at the white boxes covering the counter. I have a craving for lasagna. I'm just going to run and grab something to bring back. I won't be long. Are you going Mama Sophia's? Mia's words are muffled because of a huge bite she just took. Why on earth would I ever go anywhere else? I ask, already tasting the delicious red sauce and homemade noodles. Bring back extra garlic bread, she tells me. To go with your Chinese food? I'll eat it later, she says with a laugh. I'll help her, Sasha says, and then they both raise a white carton in a toast. I laugh and start for the door. You got it. 2 extra orders of garlic bread coming up. When I get to the parking garage, Grigory and one of the newer bodyguards, Pavel, are sitting in the SUV. Sasha must have ordered extra for them because when they see me through their windshield, Grigory drops his egg roll and gets out. Something wrong? He quickly asks, walking over to me. No, I'm just going to grab some supper. I have a craving for Italian. I'll be right back if you want to stay here and finish your supper, I suggest. But the look he gives me makes it clear that won't be happening anytime soon. Come on, I'll drive, he tells me, pulling a set of keys out of his pocket and heading for another black SUV. I don't bother arguing. I just follow and get in the passenger side. Grigory's a good man, and he'd have a heart attack if he knew that Svetlana and I snuck out while under his watch. It would devastate him, and I hope like hell he never finds out. I'm guessing we're going to Mama Sophia's? I smile and look over at him. Best Italian food in the city. It is, he agrees. You'd never know it from the outside, though. It's a hidden gem. He gives a soft laugh and takes a right out of the parking garage, heading us towards the east side of the city, the side Dominic controls. It's not an issue for us to go there since our families are on friendly terms. And it's not my fault the restaurant happens to be located across the invisible dividing line. Once we pass it, though, I swear I can feel him. I know it's all in my head, but the feeling lingers all the same. Grigory manages to find an empty spot, parallel parking near the entrance to the restaurant. Nice, I tell him, giving him a big smile and a thumbs up. He laughs, but before I can open the door, he grabs my arm to stop me. The mood shifts as his eyes turn hard and serious. There's no longer a trace of the easy laugh he'd just given. His mouth is in a tight line as he turns his head, scanning the area around us for anything that looks even remotely suspicious. I stay quiet and still, letting him do his job. And only when he gives a small nod do I reach for the handle again and open the door. He's by my side in seconds, walking with me while keeping a close eye on our surroundings. It all looks like a normal busy night in the city to me, but I know Grigory is trained to see things that I can't. I stay by his side when we enter the restaurant. I'd placed the order on the drive over so the food is already bagged and ready to go. I was right about this place being a hidden gem. The small restaurant with peeling paint and booths that probably looked great 10 years ago but are now worn thin from too many asses doesn't scream luxury food, but it definitely is. As soon as you walk through the glass door that's always smudged with hand and fingerprints, all you can smell is pure heaven. Red sauce, garlic bread, and the best, freshest herbs in the city. It's sensory overload in the best way possible. Squeezing our way to the front counter, I give him my name and quickly pay for everything. Within minutes, we're weaving our way back out past all the other hungry people waiting in line. I'm carrying the bag so Grigory's hands are free, and we're almost to the SUV when I hear several loud popping sounds in rapid succession. Like it's the 4th of July, and someone just lit a strand of firecrackers. Before I can even register what's going on, Grigory lets out a grunt of pain and throws me to the ground, covering my body with his. The bags of food fly from my hands, spilling across the pavement. And all I can hear are screams of terror, and all I can smell is the strong garlic from the bread that's been tossed from the bag and trampled underfoot. "Grigory!" I scream, feeling the back of my shirt start to soak with something hot and sticky. He lets out another pained groan and fires off several shots. Seconds later, he's handing me a bloody key fob. "Go," he grits out. "Dominic's house is closest. Go, Natalya, now." "I'm not leaving you," I quickly say, trying to turn around and see how badly he's been hit. "Yes, you are." He fires off another shot and pulls his phone out, already calling for backup. "Go, now." The fury in his voice has me moving my ass, scurrying across the hard cement, as Grigory keeps firing to give me cover. I lose my heels in the scuffle, but with the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely notice the rough concrete scraping at my feet. It's been drilled into my head enough times to know that I need to get my ass out of here, so that's what I focus on. I can hear my dad's voice in my head as I push the button to open the door and jump inside. "If anything ever happens, you do whatever Grigory tells you to do. You listen to him, princess. No matter what, his job is to keep you safe. He will give his life to save yours, and you will let him, because I can survive the death of a child." I'll never forget the way he looked as he told me that. And I promised myself that I'd never disobey Grigory because seeing the hurt in my dad's eyes was too much for me. Tears stream down my face, but I don't stop. I gun the engine and pull out with a squeal of tires, racing towards Dominic. I'm still a few minutes away, so with shaky hands, I pull my phone out of my pocket and call him. He answers immediately. "Is something wrong?" I'm crying too hard to speak clearly, but I manage to say, "Help. I need help. Grigory's been shot." "Where are you?" The worried anger in his voice helps steady me. He'll keep me safe. I know he will. "I'm driving. I'll be there in just a few minutes." "Don't hang up. Stay on the phone with me. Just breathe, principessa." "Mm-hmm," I say in a shaky voice. My whole body is trembling, and my heart is racing so fast I'm afraid it might never slow down again. Dominic hears my ragged breathing and says again, "It's okay, Natalya. Take a big breath for me." He hears my inhale. "Good girl. Now give me another." I do as he says, slowly breathing in and out until I see the iron gates that line his property. They're always closed, but right now they're open, and he's standing right outside them, phone to his ear as he paces in his beautiful Armani suit beside his guards. As soon as I'm close enough, he opens the door. I press the brake while he puts it in park for me, because I'm shaking too hard to do anything else. Without a word, he pulls me into his arms, holding me tightly against his chest while he barks out orders in Italian. He feels the blood that's covering my back and lets out another string of Italian. "Are you hurt?" His accent is thicker than normal, while his hand runs along my back, searching for injuries. "No, it's Grigory's blood," I whisper. "I just left him there." I start to cry again when I think about the man I left bleeding on the ground. "Good. That's exactly what you were supposed to do." Cupping the back of my head, he sighs and gets in the SUV, keeping me on his lap as he drives us down his long driveway. It's a tight fit, but there's no way in hell I'm letting him go. When we're in front of his house, I wrap my arms tighter around his neck, pressing our bodies together because I'm terrified he's going to put me down and walk away. "Please don't let go," I beg him. Before he opens the door, he hugs me back just as tightly. "I wasn't planning on that, principessa." I let out a relieved sigh against his neck, clinging to him when he steps out of the SUV while taking me with him. He's carrying me bridal style again, but he surprises me by lifting me up and saying, "Wrap your legs around me." He doesn't have to ask me twice. I wrap my arms and legs around his strong body, feeling him tuck the light summer dress I'm wearing around me before placing his forearm under my ass, so I'm held close and completely covered up. Grabbing his phone, he walks me to his front door, storming in and slamming it shut behind us. If I wasn't still so shaky, I'd take a few minutes to admire his gorgeous home, but I'm too frazzled. barely noticing the dark wood floors and plush red rugs that cover them. Gorgeous works of art cover the walls, but it's not gaudy and extravagant. It feels cozy, like he took the time to pick pieces of art that he actually enjoys looking at instead of random ones that are meant to impress. Tasteful, refined, and authentic, just like him. He carries me down the long hall, stopping before a set of dark wooden doors. When he opens them and leads me into a large office, I lift my head in curiosity. I feel like he's just brought me into a sacred room, a space that not too many people get to see. There's another large rug in a gorgeous, deep red color, and on top of it is a large desk with 2 leather chairs in front of it. I'm convinced he's going to set me down in one of them. And when I squeeze him tighter, he gives my back a soft, reassuring pat as he walks past them. When he sits in the buttery soft leather chair behind his desk, he takes me with him. I need to call your dad and let him know you're okay. Okay? I whisper, still clutching him as I straddle his lap. In seconds, I hear my dad's frantic voice coming from the phone. He's so upset he doesn't realize he's speaking Russian. Dominic cuts in. She's fine, Lev. Gregory sent her over to me. She's safe and unharmed. She's safe. I almost start crying again at the sound of my dad's voice cracking. She's safe, Dominic tells him again. And I want her to stay here. Surprised, I sit up straighter, pulling back enough so I can see his face. His dark eyes stay locked on mine while his hand lightly grips my hip. She needs to come home, my dad argues. We don't know who did the attack or why, Dominic reminds him. You know how safe my home is, Lev. I have plenty of guest rooms. I give you my word that she'll be safe here. Let me talk to her. Dominic raises a dark brow at me, and when I nod my head, he hands me his phone. I stay on his lap, legs straddling him in a completely inappropriate position. But I have no fucks to give right now. Tremors still run through my body, and my words are still shaky when I say, I'm here, Dad. Jesus fuck, are you okay? He's switched back to Russian, and the fear in his voice has my eyes tearing up again. I let out a shaky breath when Dominic reaches a hand up and lightly brushes the pad of his thumb along my cheek, wiping the tears away. Are you hurt, Natalya? Are you there? What's going on? I'm here, I quickly say, realizing I haven't been paying any attention to anything other than Dominic's soft touch and the downright feral look in his eyes. When I reposition my hips to get a little more comfortable and settle back against him, my mouth drops open at the hard length I'm now sitting on. He doesn't say anything, but I see the way the corner of his mouth lifts in the smallest of smirks, and I swear his eyes turn a shade darker. Tell me what happened. I focus on my dad's voice and switch to English so Dominic can hear the story too, refusing to think about the hard dick beneath my ass. Starting from when we left the parking garage, I tell them everything that happened, and when I finish, both men are silent. Is Gregory okay? I finally ask. I hear my dad's heavy sigh. I'm not sure yet. He called for backup, and they were able to get there fast enough to get rid of his gun before the police and the ambulance showed up. I have men searching the area trying to find out who's behind this, but it might take a while before we know anything. I left him, Dad, I whisper. He covered me with his body and saved my life and then told me to drive to Dominic's, and I did. I just left him there. Dominic's face softens when he wipes away the tears that have started falling again, and I clutch his white button-up shirt with my free hand, needing to ground myself to something. You could have died if you'd stayed, my dad reminds me. Gregory knew what the job required before he agreed to it, Princess, and he would not have wanted you to stay. He would have felt like he'd failed you if you had, and I would have had to kill him. Dad, I say, hoping he's joking. His job is to make sure you're safe and to keep you alive no matter what. I know it sounds harsh, but your life is worth more to me than his. He's been watching over you since you were born, and he never would have forgiven himself if something had happened to you. And I would have never forgiven him. Thank you for leaving. He lets out another breath, and I can easily picture him running a hand through his hair while pacing the floor. I told you I couldn't survive losing a child, Natalya, and I meant it. My family is everything to me. I need all of you. I know, Dad. That's why I left. I remembered what you told me and I ran. I'm so glad you did. God, your mom is going to have a fit when I tell her what's happened. Well, you don't have to tell her all the details. He lets out a soft laugh. She'll know I'm lying, and she'll get it out of me. She always does. I can't help but smile. My dad, the fearless underground fighter and Bratva boss. None of that means shit when I'm talking to the woman I love, you know that. She has me wrapped around her finger and I love it. I hear his phone ding, and a few seconds later he says, I need to go, sweetheart. We're all meeting at your Uncle Roman's. Dominic says you can stay there, but I can come and get you. No, I say. Probably quicker than I should, so I hurry up and add, I'd rather stay here if that's okay. I'm not ready to go back out there. Let me know if you change your mind, and I'll be there. I love you, honey. I love you too, Dad. I hand Dominic his phone back, and he keeps his eyes on mine while he says, She can stay here as long as she needs to. I can have one of my men pick up some of her things if you want to get her bag ready. She's not moving in, Dominic, I hear my dad say. It's not an angry tone, but it's not all that friendly either. I think she should for a little while. My eyes widen at that, and he gives me another soft smirk before he continues. We don't know who attacked them or why. It's possible it was random. It was in my territory, and I already have men looking into it, but something tells me this has nothing to do with me or my family. This feels personal, and if Natalya was their target, then the safest place she can be is here. There's no reason to put anyone else in your family in danger, and I'll never expect her to be hiding out with the Alessi family. My dad is silent, while Dominic rests his hand back on my hip. I give you my word that she will be safe here, Lev. I'll guard her with my life. Fine, my dad growls out. Don't let her out of your sight. I'll have Mia pack a bag for her if you want to send one of your men over. Call me if you hear anything. I will. My dad hangs up right before Dominic puts his phone away. I'm still straddling his lap. His hand is still resting on my hip, and the hard length of him is nestled tightly against my ass. I have no idea what to do. Part of me wants to hop up in embarrassment, and the other part of me wants to pull him closer and press my lips to his. He makes me want things I know I shouldn't want. Paralyzed with indecision, I sit on his lap and watch him. The man is gorgeous. His age doesn't take away from that. If anything, it just adds to it. I love the tiny bit of gray that's just starting to come in around his temples and the small lines that appear at the corners of his eyes when he gives me a big smile. I love how safe he makes me feel. I love how powerful he is. And I love the overprotective way he is with me. When he caught Svetlana and me in his club, he hadn't treated her the same way. She and I both noticed it. And when I pulled up to his house tonight, he hadn't reacted like any other man in his Mafia would have. He acted like a man who cared about me. Like a man who is distraught over the idea of me being hurt. Not the idea of Lev Melnikov's daughter being hurt, but of me being hurt. His dark eyes run over my body, and my breath hitches when I feel his cock press even harder against me. At the sound of it, his eyes lift to settle on my lips. He watches me, his jaw in a tense line, fingers digging harder into my hips before finally pulling his eyes back to mine. Maybe you staying here wasn't such a great idea. His voice is low, accent thicker. And when I clutch his shirt tighter and lean closer, he lets out a soft groan. I want to stay here. I feel safe with you, Dominic. The look he gives me is ravenous. You shouldn't, principessa. Safe is the last thing you are with me. Instinct has me leaning closer, even though my internal fight-or-flight is screaming at me to get some space between his cock and my body. Ignoring that part of my brain, I bring one hand up to his face, grazing his doubled jaw with the tips of my fingers. He doesn't move, just watches me as I memorize every inch of his chiseled jaw, but when I lean even closer, he groans and cups my face, holding me still. You need to get cleaned up. I can show you the room you'll be staying in. I don't want to get cleaned up right now. He lets out another soft groan and runs his thumb along my top lip. He whispers something in Italian that sounds sexy as hell. What does that mean? It means it's time for you to go and get cleaned up. The corner of his mouth lifts up again at the scowl I give him. That's not what it meant. Do you speak Italian? No. Then I guess you'll never know. Irritated that he won't tell me, I tilt my head and swipe my tongue over the thumb that's still hovering by my mouth and say in Russian, I want you to kiss me, Dominic. And then I want you to carry me to your bed and show me all the things I've been missing. The look he gives me has me letting out a soft laugh. I take it you never got around to learning Russian. I've been busy. When I don't say anything, his eyes narrow slightly while he tries to figure me out. You're not going to translate. I will if you will. I guess we'll both have to remain in the dark. Before I can argue, he grabs my hips and lifts me off him like I weigh nothing. When he stands, I run my eyes over him. It's impossible to not notice the way his cock is straining against his pant leg. My fingers itch to reach out to him, but he quickly repositions himself and buttons his suit jacket, effectively hiding himself from my hungry eyes. When I look up at him, there's an amused grin playing at his lips, and when I frown even harder, he lets out a soft laugh. Come on, principessa, you'll feel better after a bath. Part of me wants to argue, but the bigger part of me really wants to wash Grigory's blood off. So I follow him out of his office and up a wide staircase, my bare feet absorbed by the plush carpet before I remember my scraped feet. I stop and lift one foot up, looking to see how bad it is. I'd been so hyped up on adrenaline and fear and then distracted by Dominic, and the ache he always causes between my legs to worry about my feet. But when I see the scrapes and dread blood, I hiss out a breath and look up at him. Hearing me, he pauses on the steps and looks back at me. As soon as he sees the blood, he growls something in Italian and picks me back up again. You said you weren't hurt. He sounds pissed. So I quickly look back at the small blood stains I've left on his stairs. I'm so sorry. I'll clean the stains out as soon as I'm out of the bath. He stops mid-step and meets my eyes. Do you seriously think I give a fuck about my carpet right now? I thought that's why you were mad, I admit. I'm irritated because you've been hurt this whole time, and I should have taken better care of you. Oh, is all my stunned mind can manage, because that never once occurred to me. He sighs and surprises the hell out of me by pulling me closer and kissing my forehead. Forgive me, principessa. I'm not used to watching over anyone. He carries me up the stairs and down a long hall. I glance around, not even trying to hide my curiosity, and when he brings me into the last room at the end and opens the door, I'm expecting a sparse guest room, but instead, he steps into a room that's obviously being lived in. The king-size bed doesn't even begin to fill the massive room. The walls are painted a masculine blue, making the white trim stand out even more. And when I see the large picture that's framed on the wall, I can't look away. I've never seen anything like it. It's a picture of a sculpture, a woman who's being held by a man, actively trying to get away from him, but he has a tight hold on her, fingers digging into her thigh and hip, holding her in place no matter how much she fights him. The work is unlike anything I've ever seen. The way his fingers show indentions on her marbled thigh, the expression of terror on her face, and the way the three-headed dog is snapping at her heels, making it clear that there's no escape for this woman. I'm drawn to it in a way that I don't fully understand. When he walks me into the connecting bathroom and the picture disappears from view, I turn my head to try and get another glimpse. What was that? The picture. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. He sets me down on the counter and slips out of his suit jacket, tossing it down next to me. He rolls up the sleeves of his dress shirt, revealing the tatted-up forearms that I haven't once stopped thinking about. Do you like it? I'm so focused on his tanned, colorful forearms that I forgot all about the picture he's talking about, and instead reach a finger out to trace the octopus tattoo that stretches down his inner arm. The talent behind the art is stunning. It looks like it's alive, like it's about to stretch one tentacled arm out and touch me. I love it, I whisper, grazing my finger over the vein in his arm that appears to be a part of the sea creature. It's not a tattoo I would have expected to see on him, and I love that he always surprises me. The rest of his arms are covered in images of skulls, black roses with blood dripping from them, a raven with his hungry mouth open and waiting, and an hourglass that's empty and shattered. All of them molded into an intricate design that's mesmerizing and a little scary. It's a sharp contrast to the octopus, and I wish I knew its significance. I want to know everything about this man. When I hear his soft laugh, I look up at him. What? I was talking about the picture in my room. Do you like it? Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I know I'm beet red when I say, oh yeah, I like it a lot. I think about the way the man had been holding the woman and of how desperate she was to get away from him. I probably shouldn't, I guess, because it's kind of grim. But I also couldn't look away and already want to see it again. It's violent, but it's also beautiful. His eyes soften at my answer. What makes it beautiful to you? I shrug. The talent behind it is beautiful. The way it's a marble statue, but you can see the indents on her thighs from how hard he's gripping her. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to create something like that. It's also beautiful because it made me feel so many different things at once. It's the kind of art you could get lost in. Embarrassed by my rambling, I let out a soft laugh and look away. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know much about art. I'm probably way off. He hooks a finger under my chin and pulls my face back, so I'm facing him again. I like hearing your honest thoughts about things. If I'd wanted a professional art critic's opinion, I could have Googled it. The corner of my mouth lifts up at his tone. He keeps his finger under my chin for a few more seconds before stepping back with an audible sigh. Squatting down, he grabs onto one of my feet, lifting it so he can see the damage. The statue is called the Rape of Proserpina, although abduction is a better translation. And it's by an Italian sculptor named Gian Lorenzo Borini. It was made in the 1600s. And when I saw it for the first time in Rome, I did exactly what you just said. I stood there and stared at it for hours. I was completely lost in it. The beauty and violence and craftsmanship. I couldn't look away. What is it about? He runs his thumb over the bottom of my foot, checking for cuts. And I bite my bottom lip to hold back the groan that's threatening to rise up. You're probably more familiar with her name from Greek mythology. Persephone. Bernini is showing Pluto, or Hades taking her to the underworld. He kidnapped her? He gives my foot one more caress before gently letting it go, and reaching for my other one. His brown eyes lift to mine. He saw her, and he wanted her. So he took her. My heart races at his words and the intent way he's staring at me. Finally, he looks away and says, It was a myth to explain the seasons. When Persephone is in the underworld, it's winter. When she's returned to her mother, it's spring. I suck in a quick breath when he hits a tender part of my foot. Did she fall in love with him? He lifts a dark brow. With the man who kidnapped her. Yes. Did she? He gives a small grin. Depends on which myth you believe. Looking down to see my foot better, he asks, Do you think she was capable of falling in love with a monster? Yes, I say without hesitation. Maybe he wasn't a monster with her. Maybe she's the one person he wasn't a monster with. The principessa is a romantic, he murmurs. Maybe I am. I meet his dark eyes and then hiss out another breath when he hits a cut on my heel. I am sorry about your feet. He sounds so distraught over the idea of my feet being a little cut that I immediately reach out to comfort him, resting my opened palm against his cheek. I'm fine. It barely hurts. He leans into my touch just enough for me to feel the increased pressure against my hand. It's obvious he hasn't shaved for a few days, and his light beard tickles my skin while sending a shiver down my spine. Grabbing my hand, he presses me harder against him before pulling back to kiss my palm. When I reposition myself, my dress slides up a bit, and he growls another string of angry Italian when he sees my bloody knees. My lips part when he runs his hands up my calves to grip the backs of my knees. The soft caress against my skin reminds me of the night he'd driven Svetlana and me back to the farmhouse, and goosebumps rise along my skin. He notices and lifts his dark eyes to mine. The heat in them has an ache starting between my legs. It's a familiar feeling that happens every time he's near. And when instinct has me parting my thighs another inch, he groans and tightens his fingers, digging them into my skin in a possessive grip that makes me think of Bernini's sculpture and the way Hades' fingers had dug into Persephone's thigh, marking her and claiming her as his. His eyes drag over my body in a slow sweep that starts at my eyes and ends at the peak of inner thigh he's getting. It would be so easy for him to lift my dress and see everything, but he doesn't move his hands. If anything, he grips me tighter like he's actively trying to resist ripping my dress up. My fingers brush along his light beard where my palm is still pressed against his face, and the sigh he gives is just as shaky as my breaths. You are pure temptation, principessa, and that's a very dangerous thing to be around a man like me. Why? I whisper. His pupils are blown when he meets my eyes again. Because I want you, and everything inside me is screaming at me to take what I want. I can feel every rapid beat of my heart pounding against my chest. When I lean closer so our faces are only a few short inches apart, I've never done anything like this before. I've always known I've been living a sheltered life, but never has that been more apparent than right now. I've never even been kissed before, and I'm leaning towards this sexy man like I know what the hell I'm doing. I'm clueless, and he must sense it because he tightens his grip on my legs and pulls back before our lips can touch. I try to hide the hurt I feel, but I know he can see the embarrassed flush of my skin. He closes his eyes and softly shakes his head before standing and letting his hands drop from my legs. I'll get you something you can wear. I watch him leave, running my eyes over his broad shoulders and trim waist before settling on the world's firmest ass. I keep watching until I can no longer see him, and I'm still staring at the empty doorway when he reappears a few minutes later carrying a white t-shirt and navy blue joggers. These are going to be huge on you, but at least they have a drawstring so you can tighten the waist. I'll send one of my men to get your bag while you're getting cleaned up. He sets the clothes down and walks to the large tub in the corner. Turning on the taps, it starts to fill while he grabs a towel and washcloth and the shampoo and body wash from the massive walk-in shower. Let me know if you need anything else, and they'll make sure you get it. Giving me one last look, he turns to leave, but I jump down from the counter and grab his wrist, stopping him and wincing all at the same time. He groans and lifts me off my sore feet, shaking his head in irritation. After your bath, I'm bandaging your feet, and you're staying off them for the rest of the night. Setting me on the edge of the tub, he turns off the water and then cups the back of my head. He looks like he's about to say something, but instead, he leans closer and presses a soft kiss to my forehead. Holler when you're done, principessa, and I'll carry you to your bed. Without waiting for a response, he turns and walks out, shutting the door behind him.
Chapter 7. Dominic. Jesus Christ, this is not good. I pace my bedroom, refusing to let my mind wander to the naked 18-year-old in my bathtub, willing my cock to go down. I desperately need some blood to go to my brain so I can fucking think. But my cock's been hogging it all since the second I wrapped my arms around her. She'd looked so damn scared when she'd driven to me. and nothing else had mattered except getting her as close to me as possible. I'd needed to feel her heart beating against my chest and the heat of her breaths on my neck to convince me that she was safe, and I hadn't given the slightest fuck that my men were watching. She could have been killed tonight, and that thought alone nearly brings me to my knees. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I've had 43 goddamn years to find a woman who captivates me, and no one else has. No one's even come close. And now the one woman I can't have is the only one that I want. It's only because I know she's forbidden, I try and tell myself. But I know that's not true, because I didn't feel anything like this towards Svetlana, and she's just as off limits. No, it's only Natalya that gets my blood pumping and my cock hard. And it's only her that has me slowly crossing lines that shouldn't be crossed. This is the second time she's felt how hard I've been, and I was seconds away from kissing her and hiking her dress up just moments ago. I never should have told Lev that she should stay here, but the thought of her leaving wasn't an option. Not after what happened tonight. I need to know she's safe, and the only way to do that is to keep her right next to me. While she finishes her bath, I force myself to leave the room instead of pacing with a raging hard-on like some pathetic bastard who can't get control of himself. My cock slowly starts to go down, and when I'm almost at the bottom of the stairs and I see the bloody footprints she'd left on my carpet, all the lust I just felt is replaced with a searing rage that threatens to consume me. Knowing someone tried to hurt her, tried to fucking kill her, makes it difficult to breathe. I've known rage before. I was consumed by it while trying to find my sister's killer. But this is different. This doesn't feel like the pain from knowing someone I love and care about has been hurt. This is an anger that resonates in my core and cuts me to the quick. This is about someone daring to hurt what's mine. And that's a dangerous fucking thought to have. She's not mine, I remind myself, but they're just words, and every part of my body knows that. There's a truth that goes deeper than words and thoughts and forced actions. And that truth is screaming at me right now that Natalya Melnikov is most definitely mine. Lev would be so fucking thrilled to know that. I shake my head, bearing the truth I'm not ready to face down deep before I walk into the kitchen. Lucia is busy preparing supper, but as soon as she sees me, she drops the wooden spoon she's using to stir the pasta sauce with and rushes over to me. Lucia started working for my family when she was 20 and I was just a baby. She's always been like a second mother to me, and I'm not at all surprised to see the concern in her eyes. Her heart has always been too big to work for a family like this, and I know she only stayed because of her love for my sister and me. Isabella's death nearly killed her. She felt it just as strongly as the rest of us, and when I told her she could retire, that she'd always be taken care of financially, the hurt on her face had ensured I'll never ask again. She's family, and she'll be here until the day she dies. How is she? She's fine, Lucia. Barely a scratch on her. She's soaking in the tub now. I'm going to make sure she eats and then force her to get a good night of sleep. Lucia nods like she thinks my plan is a good one and goes back to stirring. I'll make you a tray of food to bring up. She needs her strength. I can already imagine the huge helping of food Natalya's about to get, and I can't help but smile. Lucia shows her love through food, and my little Russian is about to get a huge dose of it. I ignore the way my mind immediately switched to the possessive my, and instead pat Lucia's shoulder on my way out. Thank you, Lucia. I'll be back to get it in a minute. I want to talk to Dr. Bianchi before Natalya is finished with her bath. Tell him supper is almost ready. I smile back at her, because we both know she's never late on having supper ready, and that the doctor never misses a meal. Dr. Bianchi came to my father before I was born, desperate and willing to do anything to get revenge on the man who'd killed his wife in a hit and run. My father delivered the man to him, not caring that it was the son of another powerful Mafia don. And Dr. Bianchi got his revenge and pledged his life to the Alessi family. He never got over the death of his wife, but I know he and Lucia have had a thing going on for well over a decade. I know everything that happens under my roof, but I pretend I don't see it because if they wanted me to know, they'd tell me themselves. He's nearing 80, and she's in her late 60s, and both of them immediately shut me down anytime I mention retirement. Heading downstairs, I peek into the operating room I had built for him that rivals the best hospital in the city. It saved more of my men's lives than I can remember, but it's currently empty and dark. Knowing he has to be around here somewhere, I keep walking to his private area of the house. Having a doctor nearby has proven to be one of the best decisions my father ever made. And when I see Dr. Bianchi sitting in a chair by the window, book in hand and reading glasses on, a sadness hits me that I wasn't expecting. I let very few people into my personal life, and I've already lost so many of them. I'm not looking forward to losing the few I have left. As soon as he sees me, he puts the book down, concern written all over his face. Is something wrong? I raise a hand for him to remain sitting when he starts to get up. Everything's fine. I just need some antibiotic cream and a few bandages. His eyes run over me, already fully in doctor mode. Did you get hurt? I give him a pointed look because he knows me better than to think I'd come running to him for a Band-Aid. But his concern for me overrides his common sense sometimes. Natalya Melnikov was attacked not long ago. Her bodyguard took 3 bullets but still managed to send her to me. They were at the restaurant a few miles away. She's unharmed, but her knees and the soles of her feet were rubbed raw in a few places, and I want to make sure it heals like it should. Whatever he hears in my voice has the corner of his mouth lifting up. What? I ask, feeling defensive and mentally replaying everything I just said, trying to find what would cause the amused look in his eyes. I didn't say anything. He stands up and takes off his reading glasses, slipping them into his shirt pocket before motioning for me to follow him. He may be close to 80, but he's still pretty damn spry, and there's no denying his skill as a doctor hasn't wavered at all. We both know he's not getting any younger, though, and he finally agreed that we need to bring someone else on board to help him out and eventually take over. He's being very picky about it, but I'm confident he'll choose the perfect person when the time is right. I follow as he goes into a storage room and grabs several bandages and a tube of cream. Holding them out to me, he asks, Do you want me to take a look? No, it's okay. They're minor scratches. I'm being overly cautious. Again, he gives me an amused look. I don't know why you're looking at me like that. He huffs out a small laugh. I've known you a long time, Dominic. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't usually come down here for antibiotic cream because someone has a tiny boo-boo. She's Lev's daughter, I tell him, ignoring the boo-boo comment. I gave him my word that she'd be safe and looked after. He gives another laugh because obviously his old age has made him reckless as well as fearless. When he sees the look I'm giving him, he smiles even bigger and says, Well, this should be interesting. I don't know what in the hell you're talking about. I take the medicine and bandages and turn to leave. Thanks, Dr. Bianchi. I've told you 1,000,000 times you can call me Carlos, he says from behind me. I turn my head without slowing down. And I've told you 1,000,000 times it's a sign of respect, old man. He laughs again, and before I'm too far away, I yell, Lucia said supper is almost ready. I turn back around in enough time to see his eyes light up, and then it's my turn to give an amused laugh. He waves his hand at me in a playful, shut the hell up kind of way that has me laughing as I close the door and head back into the kitchen. The tray Lucia made is already loaded to capacity and ready to go. I notice she's put my supper on here as well, and I don't question her on it. Instead, I pick it up and tell her thanks and make my way back upstairs to my room. The mouth-watering scent of spaghetti wafts up to me, reminding me of how hungry I am. I'd gotten sidetracked with work and hadn't bothered eating lunch. The truth is, I haven't had much of an appetite over the last 2 weeks. All I've been able to think about is Natalya, and it had taken all my willpower to not text her like some fucking desperate teenager. My pride is the only thing that had kept me in check. Walking into my bedroom, I shut the door behind me for reasons I can't explain and set the tray of food down on the dresser. The bathroom door is still shut, so I give a soft knock, and when she doesn't answer, I call her name. When she still doesn't answer, I knock harder and feel my heart rate start to rise. "Natalya, are you okay?" Images of her unconscious and under the water from some head injury I didn't know about run through my mind. Had I asked her if she'd hit her head on the sidewalk when Gregory pushed her down? I can't fucking remember. A cold sweat breaks out along my spine, and I give her 3 seconds to answer. When she doesn't, I open the door, terrified of what I'm going to find. Rushing into the bathroom, I see her in the tub and freeze. She's not unconscious and under the water like I'd feared. Her head is resting back against the towel she'd put under her neck, dark strands of hair framing her face, eyes closed, and naked body on full display. I didn't have bubble baths, so nothing is hiding her from my view. I let out a harsh breath at the sight of her small, wet body. My eyes start at her feet, running up her tan, slender legs, and when I reach the bare, smooth skin of her sex, I have to choke back the growl I want to give. Fisting my hands to keep from reaching out and touching her, my gaze continues upwards, drinking in the sight of her. Hips that I want to sink my fingers into, a stomach I want to kiss my way up, and 2 perky breasts with nipples in the prettiest shade of pink I've ever seen. She's fucking delectable. A woman I could spend a lifetime fucking and getting lost in and still never have enough. When her lips part in a small sigh, and I see that full top lip of hers, I growl out in Italian, telling her how badly I want and need to fuck her. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, her eyes pop open. Confused and disoriented, she looks around before meeting my eyes again. "Dominic?" It takes her less than 5 seconds to remember where she is, and when her eyes drift down to her naked body, a red blush creeps up her chest, settling in her cheeks and turning them redder than I've ever seen them. I drink in the sight of her, knowing I need to turn around, but unable to do so. "Dominic," she whispers again, and I hear the need in her voice. I'm so close to stripping out of my suit and joining her, but she's so fucking innocent and so fucking off limits. With a pained groan, I turn around and run a hand through my hair, forcing myself to take a steadying breath. "I'm sorry. You didn't answer me, and I was worried you'd passed out. I'll wait for you in the bedroom." Knowing I can't handle the temptation of being around her right now, I get my ass out of the bathroom as quickly as possible. Back to pacing my room with a raging heart on, I experience another case of déjà vu, and it pisses me the fuck off. This situation is spiraling out of control, and I'm doing a shit-poor job of getting things back on track. I've just readjusted my cock when I hear the bathroom door open. All my hopes that things will get easier from here on out since she won't be naked fly out the damn door when I see her standing in my clothes. The sweats are way too big on her, but she's managed to tighten the drawstring so they're at least staying on. I curse myself for choosing a white t-shirt, and I can't help but wonder if subconsciously I'd done it on purpose just to torture myself as much as possible. She's not wearing a bra, and her nipples are still hard, pressing against the thin fabric and taunting me like nothing else on earth ever has. She shifts her weight, shy once again as she looks up at me. When she hesitates, I say, "Lucia made the tray for us. You need to eat." Looking down at her feet, she chews on her bottom lip.
I don't want to stain your carpet again.
Fuck, I sigh, pissed at myself yet again for forgetting about her feet. I'd been too preoccupied with thoughts of her naked body to remember the cream and bandages I'd gotten for her. Closing the distance, I pick her up and carry her to the bed. I force my mind away from thoughts of her tits pressed against me and the fact that she's most likely not wearing any underwear, and instead think about her hurt feet. She watches me grab the bandages and cream, never taking her eyes off me, and I wish I knew what she was thinking. Her expression is a mix of so many things: confusion, hurt, desire, worry, and I want to take it all from her. I want to erase everything that happened to her tonight and give her what her big blue eyes are begging me for. But I can't. With a tired sigh, I kneel in front of her and place her foot on my thigh while I grab the tube of antibiotic cream and a Band-Aid.
You really don't need to do this, Dominic. I'm okay.
No, you're not. You're hurt, and I'm going to take care of you. When it looks like she's about to argue with me, I give her ankle a squeeze and shake my head. There's no use fighting me on it, principessa. I will get my way on this. I may not be able to get my way on everything I want tonight, but she's damn well getting her feet looked after. That at least I can do. She sighs, but keeps her mouth closed, giving up and letting me doctor her feet, and I can't resist giving her a soft smile, pleased at her submission. Cupping the back of her foot, I hold her still while rubbing a thin layer of ointment on the small scrapes and cuts. The bleeding has stopped, and it's certainly not anything I'd be worried about if it were on my own feet. But I like taking care of her, so that's what I do. I take my time, slowly sticking Band-Aids where I want them, and when both feet are bandaged up to my liking, I hook my fingers under the sweatpants at her ankle and slide the material up, exposing one knee to my hungry gaze. She inhales sharply when I run my thumb along her skin, tracing an invisible line along the side of her knee until my finger dips under her pants, lightly grazing her inner thigh. I shouldn't be allowed near you, I whisper. I shouldn't be left alone with you. And I sure as fuck shouldn't have you in my bed. With a shaky hand, she reaches out and runs her fingers through my hair, and that one touch threatens to undo me. I close my eyes and lean into her, knowing it's wrong, knowing I shouldn't, but also unable to muster up enough strength to pull away.
Maybe you should stop worrying so much.
I sigh and open my eyes. Her blue eyes are searching mine, naively begging me for more, but she doesn't have the faintest fucking idea of all the things I want to do to her.
Maybe you should just do what you want,
she whispers like she can read my damn mind. Leaning closer, I hear the breathy sigh she gives when my lips are hovering over her scraped knee and I raise my eyes to hers. You couldn't handle what I want to do to you, principessa. I see the stubborn glint in her eyes, and before she can argue with me, I run my tongue over her knee, opening the small tears back up as the sharp tang of her blood hits me hard. My cock is painfully stiff and straining at my pants, and when I give her another lick, she lets out the softest, sexiest moan I've ever heard. Digging her fingers into my hair, she clings to me as her body starts to shake. I allow myself one more slow lick before pressing my lips to her skin and kissing her knee. When I pull back, she's breathing heavy and parting her thighs even more. I run my eyes over her and then let out a heavy sigh before getting to work on her knees. I put all my focus on getting her cuts cleaned up and the band-aids on, but nothing can take my mind off how badly I want to fuck her. I'm drawn to her in ways I can't explain, and for the first time in my life, I begin to doubt my willpower. I've never acted on impulse before. I'm always in control. Even when plans get disrupted, or work forces me into a situation that's completely unplanned and unexpected, I'm always in control. Natalya effortlessly fucks all that up. One look from her, one touch, one hint of her scent, and I'm left disoriented and feeling like I'm completely adrift. It's annoying as fuck, and I desperately need to learn to get it under control. I pull her sweats back down and give her ankles a soft squeeze. Sit back against the pillows and they'll bring you your supper. You need to eat something.
My mom called while I was in the bath.
She scoots back against the pillows, looking so small in my huge bed and so utterly perfect and at home.
She said Gregory is in surgery. They expect him to recover, but I think his career as my bodyguard is over.
I carry the tray over and set it on the bed next to her before sitting on the edge. It's not your fault, I remind her, because I don't like to see her looking so sad. She fusses with the end of her shirt, trying to keep her hands busy.
I guess not, but I still feel bad. Do you think they'll let me visit him in the hospital?
No, absolutely not. She sighs, but my answer doesn't surprise her.
Yeah, I thought not. I can order him some flowers, though, and visit with him as soon as he gets out. I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
I hand her one of the full plates and then put a big piece of homemade bread on top.
Jesus, that looks good.
The awe and excitement in her voice has me smiling. Lucia's an amazing cook.
We were on our way to get lasagna tonight,
she admits, grabbing her fork and twirling it around the pasta.
I had a craving. Sasha and Mia were having Chinese, but I was craving Italian.
Her cheeks blush at her words, and she keeps her eyes firmly on her plate.
I've never been to Mama Sofia's. I can't imagine it's all that good. Oh my God, it's so good, Dominic. You have to try it.
She's so strong in her conviction that her eyes meet mine while she says it. I laugh because what the fuck does a Russian know about good Italian food? Yeah, I bet, I tell her, grabbing my own plate. She hears the disbelief in my voice and points her finger at me.
I'm making you go there one day. You're going to eat your words.
She uses her fork to point back at her plate.
This is amazing. And I'm not going to lie and say Mama Sofia's is better, but it's at least equal, and their garlic bread is to die for. I'm going to have you eating your words.
Whatever you say, principessa. My words are still laced with doubt, and I can tell it annoys her. Aside from Lucia, Mangia Bene has the best Italian food in the whole damn city. She wrinkles her nose in disgust.
That fancy pants place? Please, they're all show and no substance.
I bark out a laugh at the audacity. It's my favorite restaurant, and as an Italian, I can tell you the food is exceptional. The best I've had outside of my own kitchen and Italy.
What does Mangia Bene even mean? Is that Italian for mediocre overpriced food?
The corner of my mouth lifts up at her sassy tone. It's from a very common Italian phrase, mangia bene, ridispresso ama molto. It means eat well, laugh often, love much.
Is that your life's motto?
I laugh before I can stop it. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. The truth is, I've smiled and laughed more around Natalya than I think I ever have in my life. She makes me forget everything. All the stress of my family and work, and the pain of losing my sister so many years ago, it all fades away when I'm near her. She makes me feel alive and that life is worth living instead of just something you endure. I think my life's motto has been more,
Have another drink and maybe tomorrow will be better."
Instead of giving me one of her easy laughs, she reaches over and squeezes my hand.
"I'm sorry, Dominic. I'm sorry you've been so alone. My family can be overbearing and way too protective, but I can't imagine not having them. I hope you know that you can always call me if you're feeling lonely." She gives me a soft smile. "Even if it's just to argue about which Italian restaurant is best." I squeeze her hand back, touched by her sweetness. Women don't selflessly give themselves to me like this. They always want something in return. But the innocent look in Natalya's eyes makes it clear that she's not expecting anything in return. Reaching up, I run my finger lightly along her jaw, feeling my heart speed up when she parts her lips for me. I can't resist dragging the pad of my thumb along her full upper lip. "I love that your top lip is slightly bigger than your bottom one.